Well, it says I'm live, which is always good because if it were otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. But some of you might. Hi, I'm Ocean. I'm the Ocean of the Ocean's Deep Blue. And it looks like it's going to be a very interesting, let's just say, from here on out, it gets interesting. Okay. Um, the astrology is pretty wild. What I see in the future is pretty wild too, but it's not in a bad way. Um, Hopefully, if all goes well, we will have Lady Spellbreaker 1313 on to talk about astrology. Hi, hi, B. Freeman. There she is, Lady Spellbreaker. And we will be talking about Venus going retrograde in Leo and what it means to you. And then probably we'll talk about the Lion's Gate. And that's, Venus is going to be doing this for like 3 months. We really need to know what this is going to do. Ah, so A, B. Okay, so, what does this mean to you, though, is the thing. It's like, okay, it's going retrograde. What does that mean? Well, apparently, from our viewpoint, a retrograde planet looks like it's going backwards because we're outrunning it a little bit. It's not really going backwards, but it looks like it from our viewpoint. So that is a retrograde. Now, when planets go retrograde, that usually means you're going over the past. It's going to dredge up a bunch of stuff from the past. And the dreams that I've been having, oh, yeah, it sure is. Um, well, we've got a discussion about that, and it looks like something we need to discuss. And we've got, oh, hello, Andrea, 54 Hector. Hi. Hey. Hey, sister. Absolutely. We need to know what's going on. I have also brought tarot cards and well, not really tarot cards. They're not all tarot cards. They're mostly oracle cards that I think are appropriate that I'm going to pull also in conjunct with this. And yeah, what I've got is Tarot the Pagan Cats, the Lemuria deck, Fairy Oracle, and a really weird one. This one is Fantasy Cats Oracle. So I got some very cool new decks. Was having a massive sale. So I ordered them. They finally came. Some beautiful new decks. And of course, I am still, I hate to say struggling. I am still having dances with channels on my other channel, but please consider subscribing to that channel because I think I've got them just about worked out. It is the Ocean Oracle channel. And Oh, the seventh son. Hello. Welcome. James Ortiz. I used to say James Ortiz's name wrong all the time. I used to call him Oritz. I just figured he's better if he sits on a Ritz. Maybe you'd get better if you sat on a Ritz, James. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Okay, that was a terrible joke. That was like a dad joke or something. I'm not even a dad. And here's my co host. Oops, he's kind of sleeping right now. Yeah. Cowboy cat. He's all ready for the show. He's training hard for, of course, for his world class champion snoozing competition that's coming up. That's right. Okay, let me run the intro and we'll be right back. We'll be right back. Well, here we are back already. And thank you, new people, for coming in. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much, Heather, for being one of the best mods ever. Heather Dawn is also going to be our presenter tonight. She's going to tell us all about what is coming up with Venus going retrograde in Leo. And hopefully we're going to talk about the Lionsgate and some other stuff. And I've got some new, decks of cards, oracles and stuff, and a pendulum. And so we're fully armed, locked and loaded. That's right, retrograde. That's exactly what my video, if you don't understand a Mercury retrograde, I did a Mercury retrograde video in here that explains it, and it's just everything okay? Anything you can put a prefix on, that's a retrograde, okay? Whatever. So, yep, and of course, Lady SpellBreaker has a great channel of her own, and you could put your channel in there too, but I think everybody has it. I think everybody goes to your channel now too, dear. Yeah, it's everything. Redo, renew, everything. And because this is Venus, it's probably going to be about love. And because it's in Leo, it's going to be wherever your Leo is. This is my guess from what I know of astrology. But let's talk to Lady SpellBreaker. You keep everybody in line, me too. Reparty or retardy. Okay, well, I guess that too, B. Freeman, you can do that. Well, if you want to be tardy again or party again, that's okay. We're kind of lax about rules around here. It's just be nice to each other, and I don't care. Be nice to me too. And Cowboy. Because remember, he's the guard cat, and I'll sick him on you. And remember, he can travel. Yep, that's right. Cowboy can travel too. People have had visits from Cowboy. You know how cats are. If they see you doing something, they do it too. Don't ask me. It's just the way it is. Okay. Oh, I got another new trinket too that I love. It's like a pocket watch, but you wear it around your neck. And when you push this thingy, it opens. Oh, always wanted a pocket watch, but I don't wear a vest to put the pocket watch in, you know. So renew, right. Did you drop the link yet? Oh, God. What in the heck is going on? You are right, Lady SpellBreaker. What the heck? Gosh, this is why I need mods. Jeez. I'm lucky. I will be honest with you guys. You know, I'm pretty honest with you guys all the time. I'm sorry, I should have sent it to you. I should have texted it to you. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. You're not like Pam, you can't just come in. Although I'm thinking of making you part of the team instead of Pam because you know how to do more stuff than Pam does right now. Pam is very busy. Mary Wins is here as herself. Yay. Jackie is here. Hi, Jackie. That sounds wrong. Hi, Jackie. Hello, Jackie. How are you doing? How about, hey, Jackie? That's better. Hi, Jackie. Sounds like I'm trying to, you know, grab a plane and send you all to, fly you all to Cuba or something. Mary Wins. That's great. You're even here as yourself and not the illustrious Strumstud. I'm impressed. Some good things are happening. I'm funny. Looks ain't everything, though. Yeah, Pam has, well, Pam is grandmom now. And she's a busy grandmom. So she doesn't make it in too often. She is a busy and tired grandmom sometimes. So I'm kind of thinking I need another person to make main mod. So, and yeah, I'm thinking Lady SpellBreaker is probably because she knows, just because she knows everything. There she is. There we go. Okay, it worked finally.
Here we are.
There you are, sister. Hey. Hey, hey.
Hello, everyone.
What you do?
It seems like it's awful darn close. Let me see.
You know a freak of a lot more than I do.
In my face.
It's all up in your face.
That's better. How is everyone?
Every time I look all around, it's in my face.
It is.
You're coming in choppy. Your voice, only your voice. Your
You can't hear
picture
me?
is beautiful. Your voice is choppy.
It's terrible.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hold
I,
on.
I don't know what to do
There's
about it.
something here.
Can't do anything from here.
Well, let me see if I try connecting from a different device. I can do that. Or I can try to refresh it. Is it
Okay.
coming in bad? Anybody else?
Is anybody else here in the distortion on Heather?
That's just
Heather
how
Dawn.
I sound. Sound.
Oh, that's just how she sounds. Oh,
Well, we don't want
okay.
crackly. If it's crackly, I can try from my phone. Right now it's on my iPad. Because I was hoping to have a bigger screen, but I can see you on the.
Oh,
Oh,
you
he's.
use words like that too, do you? Yeah, I do too. It's on that thing. That I do that all the time.
It's yeah. It's only on your end. Nobody else said it sounds choppy.
Okay. Anybody, nobody else? It sounds good. Okay now?
Do you have your other
Okay.
device, D?
What?
Do you have your other device?
No, I have my phone. This is the
Oh,
one I always use.
you don't have your other phone I sent you around that
You're,
you can.
yeah, I do. Actually, I do have the iPhone here.
If it's that device, you can turn it down and then you can open that on YouTube and turn the volume up on that and have it playing. Turn the volume down on your other phone so you don't get feedback.
Okay, hang on. Let me get there. I was playing healing music
Oh, gotcha.
on this one.
Oh, well, if you.
Oh, I got an idea though. I have my old phone which can't dial out anymore, but has a hang on.
Yeah, but make sure you turn your mic off on the phone that's streaming,
Right.
or it's gonna.
You mean the sound off?
Well, your mic, because you don't want it to pick up me talking in the background and stream it through the video that's playing. Your
Hang on.
video, whatever device is going live right now, you're gonna want to turn the mic off on that and use the sound on another device and see if it's coming through clearly.
Okay, hang on.
Does that make sense?
Well, if I turn my mic off here, they won't be able to hear me. So I have to
Oh, yeah.
turn.
Yeah, you're right. They won't be able to hear
So
you.
that won't really work.
Okay. So, yeah, that won't work.
You know what? I can deal with it. If I'm the only one that's having that, I'll live with it. Okay.
All right, you can blame the sun for all the heat. It's been blazing out of the sky. We actually have abnormally cooler weather here in Illinois. It's not gotten over 80 in Illinois, like much of July at all. And the nights are like down to 65. I've been having like mildew grow on my plants because it's getting so cool at night that it's almost like it feels like fall weather. So it's really weird.
Yeah, we're getting weird weather too. And rain, when it rains, it really pours. Hey, Debbie Cleland. Hi, how you doing?
Hello, Sister Debbie. She's one of my members too.
Oh, isn't that great? That's great.
She came up
Okay.
that night from Scotland. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Little Deb.
Yes, I do. I remember
Over to
that.
Scotland.
Is that you? That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, if I'm the only one having problem with your voice, you just go right ahead then because I can handle it.
All right.
So
no, I'm going to end up dropping links, right?
I hope so.
All right. So in
You're really good at that.
tropical astrology, I used to drop links for people, so I learned to work really fast and listen to the host more than the chat. So I stay in tune with that.
You're a heck of a
Um,
lot faster than me, sweetheart.
plus, I can't believe I'm channeling. Like, I can believe it now, but I understand I move faster than a lot of people, and sometimes it's way too much information, and they're just like by the time I'm done feeding them all these links. I just did somebody's chart, and she's an Ophiuchus moon, and she's a Neptune in Ophiuchus. So I said, listen, I'm going to send you just a couple of links, so you're not like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do with all this information? So I'll try to slow it down a little bit. I think in tropical, Venus is in Leo also. Does anybody follow tropical astrology? Because I do not. And I don't have a clue what they're saying about it. All right, Venus.
I stopped looking at tropical astrology because I don't see the point.
All right, there is Venus in Leo in retrograde right now. And, you know, this, I actually read the Mary Magdalene. I don't have my new cards yet, and I'm real upset about it, but it's whatever. It is whatever. There's nothing I can do about it. But I have the Divine Feminine Oracle deck by Megan Watterson. And the new Divine Feminine deck literally just got released on the 18th on Amazon.
Cool.
So it's going to be delivered, it says, by the Feast of Mary Magdalene and Venus Retrograde Day on July 22nd. So I know my angels and spirit guides are working miracles because Mary Magdalene's been one of my favorite studies for the past several years. And she's not the original Divine Feminine, Miriam of Magdala, but I find it very coincidental. And I don't believe in coincidences. I find it very divine that Venus, the Divine Feminine, is going retrograde on the Feast of Mary Magdalene. Because the Catholics just gave her this date for the Feast of Mary Magdalene, I want to say in 2017, but let me go look. Venus rules relationships, and not just love relationships, any relationship. I'll actually get this. But it does. Venus is the planet of love, and it rules the houses. I read this on my live the other day. So this will kind of be just a refresher for some of the people if they've already heard this. Venus is known as the planet of love, and of course, modern astrology has defined her as feminine. Despite the fact that Venus rules both Libra and Taurus. Libra is an air sign, and Taurus is a night earth sign. So Venus is the air, inhale, yin energy. Libra is a masculine inhale. Think of your inhale, masculine, exhale, feminine, inhaling and then releasing. So when I say it like that, that's what this book relates it to, is also because inhaling activates our sympathetic nervous system. You'll feel your heart beat go faster if you were feeling your heart. And the exhale is the relax, night, yang energy. So Taurus, it rules both Libra, a day air sign, and Taurus, a night earth sign. Says like Mercury, Venus is both day and night, an inhale and an exhale. Modern astrology's definitions reflect gender bias and why some have never identified with much concepts as men are from Mars and women are from Venus. And it's funny because we all have masculine and feminine energy in us. No matter what body we are in this lifetime, in this current moment, we all have a masculine and feminine brain. The left side of our brain is masculine, the right side is feminine, and it's connected to the opposite side of our body. Venus is the second of the personal planets, going Mercury, Venus, Mars, and the closest to the Earth. Venus, like Mercury, travels closely with Sun from our perspective, and is always either in the same sign or in one of the adjacent signs to the Sun, like Mercury, because they're the both closest. So it's always going to be in before the Sun, the sign before or after. Always. Venus rules our senses. And I like how your intro talks about the 5 senses. We've got 5 fingers traditionally. We are usually, unless something has happened or we were born with an extra digit or whatever. Some people are born with 4 thumbs. So I have seen that before. But we have 5 senses, 6, so to speak. And our elements, there are 5 elements in our hand. It's amazing to me how many people are trying to turn their senses off. Turn off their pain, ignore their body's calling, ignore these things. They're trying to turn off their crying. They're trying to turn off their feelings. They are uncomfortable with all these feelings going on, or we ignore some of our feelings. So Venus rules the senses and therefore symbolizes the relationship to all that can be seen, touched, heard, smelled, and tasted, which includes people, nature, money, food, and things. Venus also symbolizes values, the arts, beauty, sensuality, harmony, and it says mediation. I'm wondering if that's supposed to say meditation. It does say mediation. As well as indecisiveness, inertia, and overindulgence. Venus has a cycle that reflects a more complex and binary energy. When it rises above the Sun, Venus is known as the morning star or Phosphorus or Lucifer. Venus is Lucifer. So if you look in the Old Testament, I want to say it's in, it is in Isaiah, but I want to say 14, Isaiah 14, where it says, I saw the morning star fall from heaven. Lucifer, she, her. When it moves, it says, it's known as the morning star when it rises above the Sun, known as Phosphorus or Lucifer, the light bearer, an outgoing yang day energy. When it moves to set after the Sun, so during certain times of the season, you'll see Venus at night after the Sun, and at certain times in the season, you'll see Venus in the morning rising before the Sun. And then when Venus is with the Sun, you won't see Venus at all because the Sun is too bright to be able to see. So when it moves after the Sun, Venus is the evening star or Hesperus, which is a much more receptive yin night placement. It is a good practice to look at this as well as sign and house placement and aspects to other planets to give you a full picture of the individual's Venus in their chart. For example, my Venus is in Taurus. I'm actually drinking from my Taurus cup right now. So my Venus is in Taurus and my progress chart is actually Taurus. So I am very much ruled by Venus.
Well, and also Venus will tell you what you will usually draw into your life as far as female friends.
Yes.
Yes. A lot of times. Venus, whereas Mars tells you what you draw into your life as far as males. My Venus is in Aquarius.
Oh, okay. So then you would even want to look at your house and see what house it's in also. Because Venus does. I just read the Venus card. Venus rules 2 houses. I want to say the 2nd house and the 7th house. Because I'm still learning all the houses. That's a whole nother level of astrology. And I'm still learning that. I was trying to see what day they gave Mary Magdalene, what year July 22nd became the date of Mary Magdalene. And I was really called to this because July 22nd is my grandfather's birthday that I lost to suicide. And so many people told me that he went to hell for committing suicide. And the more I learn about this, it really drove me away from God, drove me away from the church, drove me away from so many things. And he would show up to me in so many ways, my grandfather, to let me know that his spirit was still alive. I just reflect back on so many things now because it's really miraculous. It says on June 10th of 2016, the liturgical celebration honoring
Liturgical.
Mary Magdalene was raised from a memorial to a feast, putting her on par with these apostles. The apostle. She was the apostle too.
She was the apostle of the apostles, really.
Yes. So this is the feast of, this is from the CatholicCulture.org.
They were also trying to hide the fact that they were married.
That she was Jesus's wife. They didn't want anybody to know that big secret.
And further, they tried to conflate her with a prostitute, which she never was. She came from a wealthy family, in fact, and she bankrolled a lot of that ministry. She bankrolled it. She had her own money.
Yes, she did.
So Mary Magdalene was not a prostitute.
No, she was not.
She was a wife, and she was a very respected woman in her community at the time. And the Catholic Church just tore her up. Yeah, for the sake of obscuring the fact that they didn't want anybody to know. And it makes you wonder why they don't want any feminine energy, why they so seem to hate the divine feminine, except for Mother Mary. They let her have something because she's busy being a mother, and you got to have them. I guess you got to bring the mother into it at some point. But really, they don't seem to care much for the divine feminine at all. So there you go. But Mary Magdalene, I had as a matter of fact, I had a branch of the Sisterhood of the Blue Rose that I had meetings for a while, and that is celebrating the relationship between Mary Magdalene and Yeshua. So
I'm looking for my other cards. I have the Sisterhood of the Rose cards. It's funny
ooh, cool. Oh, very cool.
Because you reminded me, and here they are. See, I've been studying, I actually have the Nag Hammadi text over here, and I got the Gospel of Mary Magdalene.
I do have to read that sometime. I've got to read that sometime. I started reading that online somewhere, and then something happened. I never got to finish.
Yeah, and one of the other books I'm going to get is the Pistis of Sophia, because that's more of Mary Magdalene Miriam and Joshua. I learned how to say Jesus in French today. Je suis. Je suis. And so since they went to France, honestly, I don't think Jesus died on a cross. I think he was way too smart to be hung by some Romans. He snuck out the back, Jack, and he made a new plan saying, and he said, "We're out of here, my friends. Let's get out of here. They're going to get us."
Well, there is a theory. There is a theory because there was a Jesus impersonator, a Yeshua impersonator at the time. There is a theory that the person who actually died on the cross was the Yeshua impersonator. Very controversial. Very controversial.
I bet it
And
is.
outside of church canon. But that was one thought of it. The other, there are people who channel supposedly Mary Magdalene and say, yes, he did die on the cross, but of course he rose. There are people who say he didn't die on the cross and he escaped, and they're, and they, but when he, supposedly after he died, supposedly, and was resurrected, whatever you believe happened there, they landed in France. And Mary Magdalene was pregnant, and they had 2 children, and there started the Merovingian line. Kind of interesting, considering in the Matrix movie who the Merovingian was. Kind of weird, huh? They didn't portray him in a good light at all.
No, the daughter of Mary Magdalene is also in this Divine Feminine deck, Sarah. And I actually heard another twist in theory was that Jesus's twin brother Judas was hung on the cross, not Jesus. Thomas Didymus was Jesus's brother, twin brother, aka Judas. So talk about sibling rivalry and jealousy. Would even be if he sold out his brother, because his brother might have been getting all the attention. If his brother was chosen to be Jesus and he was speaking the words of God, and then you see what I'm saying, he would want us. And then I heard even that other spin on it. So I guess it really depends how open our minds are to travel down these forbidden paths.
Well, we don't remember being there.
No.
If we were there, we don't remember it. So, we can't really comment directly. However, there are witnesses that say various things. One thing I've noticed is that you got to really be careful about the KJV. King James Bible was written under duress by scribes who had to please King James, because if you didn't please a king in those days, all kinds of horrible things could happen to you and your family.
Off with your head.
No, just for a start. That would be the kindest thing that would happen to you. But remember, back in the day, they put heads on pikes and stuff and tortured people to death. So, and by the way, the Catholic Church did okay every single torture device that you see. Every single medieval torture device was meant to be used on somebody that disagreed with the Roman Catholic Church. And a pope okayed it all. Just to let you know, they were not the good guys back then. They were the evil empire. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're Catholic. I know that if you're Catholic doesn't mean that you subscribe to that. As a matter of fact, I find it very interesting that people are still good and still want to follow the actual things that we say about Yeshua, instead of following the church's lead. So, It's very interesting that goodness is still there in people, in the actual people themselves. And maybe returning to the church. We don't know. We don't know if the church is going to reform or what's going to happen. If this pisses you off, I'm really sorry.
No, you gotta speak honestly. It doesn't make me mad.
This is just
my grandma's a Catholic, and I studied the Bible in a prison cell. I did 3 different times in prison. I really went to a great banquet. There was a 3-day
Whoa.
What?
A video with an entity walking
Did
in
not see that.
mass. Oh my gosh, I know who that was. You know who looks like an anteater, kind of?
Who?
Set, the one who sold his brother down the river, literally.
Oh my gosh, that's one of the names my daughter went by when she would go in a psychotic state. Seth.
Oh God, no! You don't want somebody possessed with Set because
I know.
Oh my God, yeah, Set is a bad one.
You know the
He's not a
books
good guy.
have all the angels in the back of it. That's why the Catholic Church doesn't want people having this information, because all of the angels' names are in the back of the Book of Enoch.
Oh, if you have a link to that, I want to see that link.
I don't have a link to it. I have the book.
No, I mean the entity walking through the Vatican.
Got you.
I mean that I gotta see, because honestly, that wouldn't surprise me though, because I mean he's behind a lot of this stuff, and I am not calling you. I'm not calling him when I mention that name, but I'm going to just call him Osiris's brother who betrayed him. Yes, and he is responsible for a lot of BS that has happened, I guess. So the fact that he's walking through the Vatican with a purple robe, that, does it surprise me? Heck no. It wouldn't surprise me that is associated with that. Like I said, look, what the other thing they did was, well, he didn't get along too well with Isis either, Osiris's wife. So, and was, let's just face it, walking around on 2 legs, and Anteater walking on 2 legs. My gosh. My gosh. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Yeah. Well, be careful. Yeah, with that, you don't want him to think you're calling him. Okay. Yeah, because he's a troublemaker, far as I can tell, far as I know. Okay, please do go on. So that's kind of jaw dropping, but also not.
Yeah. I was talking about this on my channel. I started questioning the Bible as I was studying it. As I was really studying it, because I realized that some of the stuff just didn't sound right. They were saying, like, in Apostle Paul's teachings in Romans and Corinthians, it would say to beware of women in church, women teachers. And I literally, at the time, I was dealing with a real devilish chaplain at the church. And the way Jesus, after I asked him to start showing me the truth, Yahshua, I said, show me what is going on, because, hello, Stock Explorer. She was actually on, he would put me in situations. The chaplain was not letting anybody who mingled with other girls in prison. So we're in a women's prison. And if you were in a relationship with another girl, then you weren't allowed to be on the choir. All the girls who identified as gay or lesbian would not go to church. I said, what is she doing? She's driving people away from the message. People that want to be there, and people that, like, they preached about homosexuality being this blasphemous sin. So many times they were driving people away. And so actually Jesus had me witness all of the church abuse that was going on, and how they've actually defiled the feminine. It's pretty much how they removed the Roman Empire, and the Catholic Church removed Mary Magdalene. They framed her. I posted that link. Who framed Mary Magdalene? Who called her a prostitute? It was Pope Gregory. I do believe. Let me look at his name again.
Gregory.
Pope. Hold on. Let me find his name, because there's a first and a second and yada yada.
Well, here's a very interesting thing. I am looking at my channel, this very channel, on the phone that you sent me, which is a lovely iPhone, and I cannot. It's not giving me any way to comment or to look into at the live chat. I can't do live chatting on this. I don't know what's wrong with it. What the heck is going on here?
Try to close it and open it back up. Like, close your whole app.
Okay, hang on.
And close the video, and sometimes I gotta shut my phone down and...
Okay, because that's odd. Why can I not comment? That's weird. Okay, I'm going to turn the phone off and turn it back on. But that's weird. It's not letting me comment.
So they're trying to make right a 2,000-year-old wrong for 2,000 years of lies.
They absolutely need to, because and they're going to need a little bit more than just giving her a day, I think.
They need to make up for all their lies, if you want to know my opinion.
I agree.
They need to stop. I teach a lot about addiction recovery and honesty in the 12-step program. And one of the major things that brings healing is honesty and taking accountability for our own actions. That is what sets us free. So to clean up all of this shenanigans, they have made a mess of this world. We've got all of the religious folks arguing over beliefs for how many years over the name of God. What if I told everybody that the original creator was a woman, and man made up the Satan character so they could take over with fear and program fear into people?
I would probably agree with you, because I've said that many times. They want you to be afraid of the divine feminine, because you know what really is worrisome about that too is one of the things it says is an unforgivable sin is denying the Holy Spirit. Well, when they are telling you that the Holy Spirit is a guy, not a woman, the Holy Spirit is a manifesting arm of God. That has to be a woman, because here on this plane, women are the ones that bring forth life.
Shekinah is the feminine aspect in Judaism. Shekinah. She's in the tree of life. You are so right. She is the foundation, number 10. You went live at 10:10, did you not?
Exactly.
That's 9/11 my time, 9/10, 9/11. That's the day my daughter was cremated on 9/11, 2020.
Oh, Mary brought in a link for and I can't find it now. I'm sorry, Mary, if you would please leave us that link again to find the video of the weirdo at the Vatican. That's what I'm
Here,
going
I'm going to click on it too, so it's open.
Right.
I have it, that way it's in my history. That way it's, because
it gives me Evan Carmichael, Dr. Joe Dispenza's quantum. That's not what it's given me. It's not giving me anything about that. So that's not giving me that.
That's the video I got. Is that your manifestation method, Mary? Is that what you meant to share? You know, Joe Dispenza is in that Life with Ghosts movie.
He is.
You
cool.
know, we're going to meet with some of the researchers. If
That's
people
lovely.
haven't signed up for that, they need to register. Even if you only want the short version of the film, it's free. The film is $15 to view because it's not even in theaters yet. So if people want to do that, they're going to have to download Zoom, and you can go to the Afterlife meeting in August on the Zoom app. It's through Zoom. It's not on my channel. That movie, Life with Ghosts, is really going to change the world.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised. There it is, Mary. Okay. What we cannot see at the Vatican. Okay. Yeah. It's one of Wayne's videos. Okay. Cool. Okay, we got it now. It's really funny because I was thinking of having a channel called Afterlife. Maybe I should.
Maybe you should.
Because I deal with that all the time. I'm a medium. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Afterlife. As a matter of fact, I've even got a song that started to come about it. Afterlife. There's an afterlife after all. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I need to do that, and then have your friends on.
Okay, here's the Afterlife Zoom meetings.
Okay. Yeah, I'm using the other phone to find stuff.
Okay, you need to sign up for the newsletter. I need to make sure that people understand this. There is a list of the upcoming Zoom meetings. It says, receive the Friday afterlife report, and then you will get an included list of the Zoom meetings for every week if you're interested in the afterlife groups. If you're they have a global gathering every week. Lots of the people, these are people all over the world. They do have a physical mediumship development where they do seances. That group is not taking new members. It's on Wednesdays. The Life with Ghosts group is brand new. We had our first Zoom meeting last month. This month. Wait, it's July. This month. July the 3rd. The day, it was actually 4th of July.
I know, and
in
I
Australia.
missed it. Doggone it. I wanted to go to that.
If you want to see what we're doing on that channel, they have a channel and it's growing very quickly because I'm actually promoting them. So I've been sharing them on my social media and sharing this movie with everyone. It's not in theaters. This man, Stephen Berkeley, is a film director, and he wasn't very well known at all until his father died and his mother lost herself. His mother was not doing good. She was doing very bad, actually. And I think that this induced after-death communication therapy, it should be taught by all therapists to help people who are grieving. So if you want to see what we do on that Zoom meeting, this is Wendy Zamet's channel. This is not, this does have to do with Mary Magdalene, because her gospel, I almost said this doesn't have to do with Mary Magdalene or Venus retrograde, but Mary Magdalene's gospel teaches that death doesn't exist. That we're all going. This is why the Catholic
truth.
Church
That's what I say.
doesn't want people to know this.
That's exactly what I keep saying. Death doesn't exist. Not the way that we think it does, anyway. Our body, it's our body that dies. We are eternal. So, and boy, I bet a whole lot of atheists have gotten some pretty big shocks when they've died. As a matter of fact, I do have one story that was told to me by another medium that she knew somebody who died who was an atheist. This is somebody I know personally who told me this story, and he was an atheist, and she tried to tell him just before he died. She tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen because he was a freaking atheist, and they can be very, very, very hard to convince. So she couldn't prove it to him. She couldn't, give him a hunk of bone or something to prove it to him. But anyway, they're always looking for a carcass or something, or some kind of physical thing about something that isn't physical. How much sense does that make? It's like looking at for the planet Venus through a microscope. Anyway, so when he died, he did get sick, he did die. And of course, she was friends with him, so she watched when she went to the funeral. And she saw him laying in his coffin, his spirit, laying with his coffin, in the coffin with this, and then later on, when she went to the grave, he went down and laid in the grave, in the coffin, and waited and waited and waited. And she says, what are you doing? And he says, I'm waiting. And she says, for what? And he says, I'm waiting to die. She says, you have died. He says, yeah, but I'm not gone. She says, yeah, that's what I told you. He goes, nah, I'll be gone. I'll be gone. I'm gonna just disappear any moment now. He wouldn't believe it. He stayed there. He stayed there under the ground with his coffin, with his dead body. And then she just stopped. She just lost track of him, just stopped paying attention, because he was determined that at any moment he was going to stop being, he was going to stop existing. He was determined to stop existing. And I'm like, oh, so you're dead, you're dead. You saw your body, you're laying on top of your dead body in a grave, and you still don't believe that you still exist after death. How? Okay, then there is nothing that's going to convince these people. You might as well forget it. You might as well forget it. Let them find out for themselves if they're that big on it. Let them find out.
I think
that's what I say. Do you think we have a choice to come back to the earth? Yes, because I have.
I actually have read all the Conversations with God books, As a matter of fact, it was handed to me after one of my dear friends that's the same age as me just suddenly died while I was in prison. And somebody handed me the book, Home with God. And I was like, that's how spirit works in prison. And I read it, and it was like telling me that he made a choice to leave. Like when he's at heaven's gate, knocking on the pearly gates, when your soul is leaving your body, if I hadn't read that book before my daughter passed away, I wouldn't have understood that she actually chose to leave at that time. She made a decision that she was ready to go in her body anyway because she was tired. This life was so hard. I have got notebooks and notebooks of poems and writings and journals of and I'm sorry letters that say, Mom, I'm just so tired. I just want to go. You
Hey,
know?
a lot of us have said that now, and we've been here a while,
Yeah.
Some of us have been here a lot longer, and we're saying that. We have said, I have heard that from my friends. I just want to go.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this bullshit.
I say it a lot.
Yeah. Get me out of here. But you know what? We got
UFO.
something. Yeah, beam me up, right?
I've been trying to summon a UFO for years. Please
Beam me up.
me. How do
Get
you
me
get
out
off
of
of this
here.
planet?
Okay.
So yeah, I think so. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss, Jackie.
I'm sorry.
It still hurts because we're still in this human body and we still have to love. Like I was crying on my YouTube video today. I just said, here, I'll cry up on stage for everybody to see. I said, I'm actually kind of concerned about everybody that doesn't cry. That all the people who just keep on smiling and pretending like nothing's wrong with the world and we're all so full of positivity all the time. And, like, I'll get up. I'm worried about the people who have turned their feelings off since Venus rules our senses.
Because
Since
I come in here and
we're
then
positive and we don't ever get angry and we never lash out at somebody. We are just so positive all the time. Everything's all love and light. And I want to take a baseball.
Oh, sometimes it hurts to
Let's
be
all
here.
just be fake.
It hurts to be here. No, this is a painful place, but I've got to tell you, it's a master class, though.
Thank
If
you.
you're here, you're getting your masters, okay? If you're still here, you're getting your masters. You're here to get your masters, folks.
I'm a human.
It's not an easy place.
I am not in denial about it. I got a
You're
baseball
getting a
bat behind my
degree.
door. It's called Fuck Around and Find Out.
Yep, that's right.
It's a
That's right.
Harlequin baseball bat. So really, I got a whole
Ooh.
Harlequin outfit. So come fuck around and find out.
Right. Right. Me too. I have I'm a Spanish halberd. No matter how I swing that thing, you're going to get hurt. It's got points sticking out all over and all around. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's an axe, but it's the fancy kind that has also a point on the top, a blade on the top, and a blade in the back, and a blade in the front. And it doesn't matter how you swing it; somebody's going to get hurt. So
yeah. Well, it's almost honestly. If this just came to me, the Jesus that was hung on the cross that we heard all about in the Catholic versions, and even going to Israel, that taught not to fight back, to turn the other cheek. That teaches you to accept abuse and forgive it.
Yeah.
Just turn your cheek and don't say a word. That teaches straight cowardice. That honestly, I teach quite the opposite. We can forgive. I've sat through umpteen classes for seeking safety and abuse in prison. I was actually in abuse classes for years. And it teaches about forgiveness, how we forgive our abusers, which is a very hard thing for anybody who's ever been sexually abused, or my daughter was sexually abused by her father. Jesus put me in all these classes that I can forgive, but I don't have to talk to those people. And I'll be darned if you've ever seen the movie Passion of Christ. I would not have hung my head and walked. I would have been fighting tooth and nail the whole way, and I would have took off running like a bat out of hell before I just allowed. I have been beaten by men. I have been held hostage. Your ego will protect you. That's what it's for. I almost bashed windows out to escape hotel rooms of men that were abusing me. Hello, cowboy.
He said
Sweet
he's
stuff.
telling me he really needs a belly rub. He really needs it. He's a show stealer. What can I say? But, you know, if you're getting nervous, just watch a funny cat video or dog video or something. And that usually does it for me. Thank goodness for my kitty cat, because he actually helps me through a lot of these horrible things that I have to experience. Okay, I've had to experience horrible feelings that have come back and so on. I have had a lot happen. Okay, now this is it, Heather. Something. Well, that's a good point. You only have two cheeks, so you turn it once, but then if they hit the other one, beat the crap out of them. Is that like fool me twice, shame on you, or shame on me?
This is the opposite. Oh my gosh, Jesus is coming through. Holy Spirit. I'm putting so many pieces together right now. I have not eaten, by the way. I'm fasting. I think I'm just going to keep on going because I'm not.
Me too.
I think I'm going to go through July 22nd. So everybody just, when I fast, I'm fast. I go fast. I speak fast. I can type like 100 words a minute. It blows people's minds how fast I can type on my phone. People have their jaws drop. They go, like, if they can see me, it's unbelievable. So they took away the feminine Magdalene. I can't wait for these new cards, because in these cards, she's a white woman with red hair from Israel. So that's exactly where the pale white skin comes from, Israel, right over in the Middle East. They got the white man with the blue eyes and the blonde hair, like Jesus came from Yahshua, Middle East, or Egypt, if we go back to Horus. So anyway, the new cards look more like she's from Magdala, Israel. So I'm really excited about these, because her daughter in these cards looks like she's an African American.
Because she would have looked that way, because Jesus, I got
like an African, not an African
Yeshua.
American.
Yeshua was actually dark skinned.
Yeah,
He
she
didn't
would
look
be. I
anything
just
like
said
the Jesus
African
you
American.
think. He didn't look anything
Where
like the
those
Jesus.
cards go?
People think they know what Jesus looked like, but that was actually somebody's nephew. That was actually an emperor's nephew. I forget who it was. Constantine's nephew, that they took the picture of Jesus after. But Jesus is what they named the character, but that wasn't even his name. It's Yeshua.
Yeah. Or Horus.
Jesus means Zeus. Jesus means Zeus. It's not even the right name. Not even the right pantheon.
And in French, Jeshua, which is J-E space S-U-I-S, means I am. In French, oui.
Jeshua. Mm-hmm.
So what they have done is they made the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit as the Trinity, when it should be the Father, the Mother, the Child. Father, Mother, Child is creation. Two men do not make a baby.
That's right. Three men don't either.
No. Two,
The
even
Holy Trinity has to have a feminine aspect, or you're full of BS.
absolutely. So they want us to have a passive feminine side and not stand up for ourselves, because that's our masculine energy that's going to stand up. The masculine is going to fight back. I mean, I'm not saying some of the most badass women in these divine feminine cards, Kali, they are destroyers.
Yeah.
They are fuck around and fight.
Segment. Oh, wow.
Yes, I got this.
Oh, gee, you think women were always passive? You think you think the feminine was passive always?
No, come and mess with a mother bear's cub.
No, guess again. There were
Yes,
female
not
judges in the Bible too, and people forget that. They had female judges for a long time, women judges, but they ended that. And I forget exactly what ended that, but yeah, they stopped having women judges, but they did have them for a while.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hate to tell you, but probably most likely the Ben Joseph, the Yeshua Ben Joseph family, Ben Yosef family, Yusuf, was probably a rainbow couple. Was probably a little black and white couple that, she would be, she would probably have had. Well, it's hard to tell though, because there are some indications that she was very tall. So I don't know. She might have been the one that had the red hair instead. She might have been the one that actually was tall with red hair, which would have said maybe descendant of the Anunnaki. But we don't know. I mean, they're not telling us. We'd have to go back and remote view it. It would be interesting to remote view. And and you know what? All of these beings come in a form that you can handle. Okay. Yeah. And you are really getting your version of that being. Like I have my version of Bacchus, showed up the other night. My version of Fauna, my version of Hathor. That's what shows up to me, my version of Isis. It's going to be different. Why? Because I have a theory on that. I'm not going to go into it tonight, but I do have my theories as to why it's like that. But your state of mind and your level of understanding and the short answer would be because you're divine creators. Okay. That would be the short answer. But it depends on your consciousness. In fact, the Vedas teach that after you die, if you see these monstrous blood-drinking gods, if you can remember that everything's God and that they're really actually God, you can actually say, I know that you're really God, so quit trying to fool me, and they'll turn back into a positive deity, they said. So this is really all up to how dark and this may be why they try to scare you and torture you before killing you, is so that you will be in that very low vibration and see the bad stuff. You're going to have to remember. So if you are in that state of mind when you die, just remember you can raise your vibration. Whatever it is you're seeing, you can vibrate your way right out of there. Okay. You can vibrate your way out of anything once you're a spirit. So once you're back in spirit, you can hear too, just a little different. Yeah, je suis. Yep. Yeah, it's not Adam and Steve. That's right.
I used to always say that, so I laughed when Seven Son said that, because I said it. God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
That's right. Cesare Borgia was the model for Jesus. Yeah. And Jesus is not his name. So, Yes, when we unite our divine masculine and feminine, it makes the Star of David. That is the Merkaba. And the thing is, the Merkaba
Good night. Love
field.
you too. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay, love.
That was my mom.
The Merkaba field is actually something that we really need to cultivate, because when you are in a Merkaba field, you cannot be harmed by anything. That is the male and the female aspect together. You cannot be harmed by anything. That's why, and it's interesting also because the upward triangle is fire, and the downward pointing triangle is water. Yeah.
Yes. Like I always tell everybody, the best way to think about it is a woman has a womb. And you can always think of the
Mhm.
woman are it's a downward triangle. The cup, the
Mhm.
chalice. The If
Mhm.
you've ever
It
seen
is
the
literally the
movie,
chalice. Yes.
have you ever seen the movie Da Vinci Code?
Yes.
I actually, after my daughter passed away in 2020, I don't watch movies very often. I have a really short attention span, and it's really got to get me. But I was called to watch that movie again. And in the very beginning of the movie, Tom Hanks was drawing Saturn while he was up on the podium. So I started really paying attention to much more closely than I ever paid in my life to things. And honestly, Spirit was trying to tell me that my daughter was getting ready to die if I would have been paying attention. Because my disability check for the year 2020 was $911.03, but they rounded it to 911. The whole year of 2020, when COVID came out, my disability check was 911. My daughter got a Life on Mars tapestry that's hanging above my bed now, because she even wrote on the
There's
wall.
David again. David is in everything.
That's her father. My daughter's father's name was David also. And
My brother, who died in childbirth, would have been a David. And guess who was from the house of David? But anyway,
then
there's all this
Jesus,
David synchronicity.
Jesus. Oh, and look there,
Oh, yeah.
the Star of David.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear? He agrees. Yes, that was Cowboy saying, whatever that means. Meow. So he was agreeing with something, I guess. He
Have
had
you
to say
seen
it.
that the bloodline of Christ goes back to Cleopatra? If you go back to Egypt,
I didn't know that.
I've seen that somewhere too. You know, what were you going to talk about? The Lionsgate is actually
Also, the Lion's Gate. I was going to
9-9
ask
is
you
the
if you know anything
Lionsgate.
about the Lion's Gate.
9 is the Lionsgate, not 8-8. 8-8 is not the Lionsgate in 13th Sun astrology.
Okay.
Because the Leo goes from August 10th, the sun is technically still in Cancer. On 8-8, it's a Cancer gate. On 9-9, it's this is very important that Venus is in Leo, because Inanna, the original goddess, and I smiled when I saw your thumbnail, because Inanna is standing with her lion. The original ancient Sumerian goddess has her lion, which would go to Africa. The lions. And so in this hymns of Inanna, the queen of heaven and earth, it's, if you go look in Jeremiah 44 in the Bible, that's it. Spirit speaks to me through scripture, because I studied so much of the Bible to help me look for clues. I'm actually going to be 44 next year. Jeremiah 44 talks about the Queen of Heaven and how everybody was worshiping false idols, like the Queen of Heaven, which is Venus. Her father sent her. She had to go through 7 gates, and her sister Ereshkigal hung her on a hook. She had to take off everything that made her appear powerful. And
There were 7 gates, and she had to take something off at every gate, right?
Yep, and Mary Magdalene has 7 powers that we have to overcome to enter heaven right here on earth. Not to enter it later, but on earth, to unite your 2 sides, your soul. Mary Magdalene had to stand up to the men. She had to embrace her masculine and stand up because they were wrong. And Jesus taught her the truth, and they didn't want to hear it from a woman. They didn't want to hear nothing from a woman. Peter had anger issues. Peter was hot-headed. And he said, oh, what would the Savior give the answers to a woman for? Talk about jealousy. I actually own the Mary Magdalene movie. I put the trailer in the chat.
Yeah.
And it came out on 3/28 of 2018, which is my mom's birthday. So best believe it captured my attention. I woke up real quick after the ayahuasca retreat because my ex told me I was crazy and told me I needed to get back on psych meds, and I was really depressed. And now I know why, because I was trying to get back to my daughter, and I was under a man's control. And I did start taking antidepressants, and I'll tell you what, God had me go to that ayahuasca retreat to wake my ass up and get the hell away, because I had to go back to my daughter. She was going to die. I actually told him that last year. He said, you left me. And I said, I had to go help my daughter transition. Do you not get that? I had to sit with my daughter. And you ran off and got another girl and had a baby with her. So, I guess you lost out, bucko. And I can't believe now how many people I'm helping transition before they leave. Now
Oh, geez, I did that for a long time.
And it's
did that for a long
gut-wrenching pain. It's very hard.
I was that girl for a while too. That is part of our job.
It is.
Yes.
Oh, wow, Mary. Mary's.
And this is very interesting. So where do you get a hold of this book?
What book?
Whatever she's telling us, where do you get a hold of this information?
Yeah, where did she see it? She must be channeling. Sekhmet. He didn't, seventh son. You're right. He's really regretting it now. He's pretending like he doesn't, but he called me crying last year saying, what have I done? Do you know there's a Sekhmet statue in Nevada? I actually found, my ex sent me a picture of him touching a Sekhmet statue in Nevada, as a matter of fact. Last summer he sent it to me. Right about this time, as a matter of fact. He called me crying saying, do you wish we never did ayahuasca? Do you wish, he said, in crying, he's made the biggest mistake of his life. And he's pretending. So it's whatever.
He did ayahuasca and was sad about it?
I left him after ayahuasca because I had to get back to my daughter in Illinois.
Oh.
So after ayahuasca, I left him.
Yeah, so many times they didn't deserve.
He's thinking if I wouldn't have done ayahuasca, I'd still be under his spell. He put a spell on me.
Enchantment.
Oh, man. Oh,
Enchantment.
Man. And guess what card came out at his mom's house when I first got my Heal Yourself cards? The soulmate card flew out. And then the entrapment card came out with Doctoral for her before COVID came out. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Right before it came out, I said, whoa, it looks like the Doctoral card.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Mary. What
See, that's the thing
story?
is that I can't, I know my ex would love would love to somehow contact me, get back in touch with me. Would love to do that because now I've had some dreams about him and this isn't good. But I get warnings every single time I even think about letting him come, about looking for him or forgiving, him face to face, which I have from a distance. But I always get, don't do it. Don't do it. Big warning. Don't do it. Don't do it from everywhere. And, you know, so there's something still toxic there.
Yeah, until he's healed, you're gonna get warnings. I honestly, I at times feel like my ex is my twin flame. But it's because twin flames go through hell. A true twin flame partnership, your soul counterpart that you're supposed to be with. I actually listened to twin flame readers for too long after I left him. I spent way too much time in those tarot twin flame chats. Anyway, his name is everywhere I go. It's etched in concrete at my bus stop. I cannot even go to my bus stop without his name in big, huge letters in the concrete. And I'm like, what in the heck? I am so sick of all of it. But the universe will slam. My angels are slamming doors, and you already know this because the power went out. Power lines took out my power. And when he was trying to get me back to Nevada last year, the baby's mom showed up out of nowhere. She just hopped a flight and was like, I'm coming. Because this is how women or even an animal would act if she feels threatened that I'm going to go come be around her baby. I don't want to be a part of none of that because women could act a little crazy when something is being threatened with their children, men or women, but women will protect. That's why I said a woman's masculine side will step up. If you came near a baby lion and his mother was around, she would maul your face off. Just saying. A
Yeah, you
black
don't want
bear,
to come near a mother anything, pretty much.
yeah, you
With
don't want to
kids.
go near her baby
You don't want
without
to go near the babies.
if she don't know, you don't do it.
Yeah.
So
It,
for them to teach us
it's an
how to,
honor for a
yeah,
cat, for instance, to let you know where to show you the babies.
yeah.
It's a big honor. You
Do you
should treat it
care
as
if
such.
I read the Mary Magdalene card so I can put those two
Go
away?
right ahead.
I was going to show you this. Sarah, her daughter in this card is Sarah LaCalle. And that whole book, this book, Mary Magdalene Revealed by Megan Watterson, she actually went to France and she broke down the gospel of Mary Magdalene in this book. And it talks about we ascend into our heart. We're not going up, so to speak. No one's going up. We ascend into our heart and we unite our divine masculine and feminine. And so she's the queen of the outsider, Sarah LaCalle. I have arrived. I am where I will always be in love. And that's her daughter. And see, she looks like she is more from Africa or the Middle East than this Mary with very pale skin and red hair. Mary Magdalene. And so, hold on, where'd the book go? Divine Feminine, Mary Magdalene card. She's number 1 in the deck. Megan Watterson, I'm so happy that this deck is coming for the Feast of Mary Magdalene. It just came out. The new Mary Magdalene deck just came out. And so she must have known it was going to be she knows. She loves the Mary Magdalene. So she made it be released for the Feast of Mary Magdalene, obviously. So Mary's card says the apostle to the apostles. Hold on, something's on my screen. I am the bridge between heaven and earth. I am fully human and fully divine. Who she is, Mary Magdalene embodies the capacity we all have to merge with the soul and merge with the soul and receive divine guidance through a love that never ends. Mary was born in the 1st century of Magdala, Israel. She was the first to witness the resurrection, and for this reason is revered in Christianity as the apostle to the apostles. That's what it says on the card. In the meaning of Mary Magdalene, author and Episcopal priest Cynthia Bergolt relates that the Gospels of Thomas, Philip, and Mary Magdalene all reveal Mary not only as Jesus' beloved companion, or kiononos, Kiononos, but also as an equal partner in teaching and transmission. Bergolt believes that Mary Magdalene's gospel contains a secret teaching that Christ gave to Mary so she could pass through the 7 stages to reach the soul, or nous, N-O-U-S, which these are Greek words, which is the highest point of the soul. And it is this union with her soul that allows Mary to see the risen Christ. He came to her first in the Great Commission, Matthew 28, in all the endings of the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Mary is the only one that saw Jesus first. He came to her, not them, not the male disciples, her, because he loved her and she loved him.
I'm looking for your cards what is the name of the card deck that you've got?
Mary Magdalene Oracle by Megan Watterson.
Okay, Mary Magdalene Oracle. That may be why I can't find it.
Oracle cards. In classic iconography, Mary Magdalene is associated with an egg, hence Easter, E-star, E-O-I-S-H-T-A-R, E-O-S-T-R-E. Doesn't matter how you spell it, if it sounds the same. Words or spells, that's why it's called spelling. In classic iconography, Mary is associated with an egg and the color red because of the Eastern Orthodox legend. It says she used an egg to teach the court of Tiberius Caesar, Mary, about resurrection. Caesar doubted her and responded that a person could no more rise from the dead than the egg in her hand turned red. The egg turned red immediately. Legends relate that Mary then traveled to the south of France to escape persecution and to continue her ministry. It is believed that the last 30 years of her life, she lived the last 30 years of her life in caves at St. Baume, B-A-U-M-E, where she met with Christ with a love that inhabits the human heart but lives beyond it. So it says, when your soul selects her card, Mary Magdalene represents the fierce, unwavering love that we all have access to within our own valuable, vulnerable hearts. It is a love that renders all things sacred, from the animals to the angels, from the poorest to the most powerful. It's a love that sees the inherent worth of all things, and it's a love that remains even through the darkest times, even through death. Her love is the one that resurrects. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene relates that Jesus came to unite us, to demonstrate us as true human being, an anthropos, Anthropos, meaning a person who is both fully human and fully divine. This is what Mary became, and it's why she was so beloved by Jesus. She didn't seek to follow him, she sought instead to become her true self. Mary Magdalene reminds us that we have the power to receive vision from within. We are worthy of such proximity to the divine.
Sorry.
Because it's fine. That the other half of what it means to be truly human. She reminds us that there's a bridge between heaven and earth, and we are that bridge. And she wants us to remember that the truest church we can never enter is in the heart. It is where our true power rests and where love never ends. So the soul voice meditation says, where has my love not reached yet? And the intention for that card is, I am that bridge between heaven and earth. I am fully human and fully divine. The Mary Magdalene card. And you see she's holding the red egg. And then they have the last card in that deck is also, this is the Divine Feminine deck, not the Mary Magdalene deck. She's just on the front of it. This has all the Divine Feminines in it. I got this deck in 2018 Christmas. The Cosmic Egg is at the very end of this card deck. So that's the Mary Magdalene card. And
okay. I've got a version of it saved in Amazon so that if I want to look at it more, I can look a little into it. So let me see the back of the card, just so I know I got the same deck. What does the back look like?
This is not my new deck yet. The Mary Magdalene deck I haven't got yet. It's on the way.
That's the what deck?
This is the Divine Feminine deck by the same author.
Okay.
Megan Watterson is her name. She is also the author of this book, which I read the whole book live on YouTube. If anybody wants to see it, it's in a folder and I can go get it. If you want to listen to it, I read the book live. So I don't always ask for permission from the author. I lead by spirit. If spirit tells me to do something, I listen to spirit, not YouTube rules and regulations. I walk the line.
Keep a close watch on this heart of mine.
Do that, please.
Anyway, we got really a lot going on. Can you tell us anything about how this event on the 22nd, how this might impact our individual signs?
I think a lot of things are going to come up with the relationships in general. Mars is also in Leo, and Mars and Venus were actually nearly conjunct on 777. Like they almost touched in the sky, but Venus is going backwards. And she moves faster than Mars, so she's going to catch up. She's going to go backwards for 40 days, Venus does. So let's actually look at what date that's going to fall. This is our to September the 3rd. July 22nd to September the 3rd. And I think this is going to bring up a lot of things for relationships and endings for things that are not meant to be. And redirection, realign. It's going to be a harsh one for some things that aren't meant to be, I do believe. And Venus actually represents money as well. Venus, the Pentacles, Earth signs, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn.
Abundance of all kind.
Yes. So, Venus.
And actually, the tarot, the classic Rider-Waite, in the tarot, the Empress has Venus.
Yes, she is.
Sign on her card. So
you are right. I actually just saw at the little shop.
I just realized.
What?
We have been getting the Empress card. The Empress, the Empress, the Empress, the Empress.
I got the Empress card.
That's what we did for the longest time. We were getting the Empress, the Empress. And I asked, and she was showing up in every doggone reading. I'm like, what's going on with that? That's what it is. Venus.
Yep, you are so right. Here she is. Welcome back, Jane.
That's what's going on.
Okay, Venus. Here is the link I'm actually looking at right now. It's about love and art in all its forms, ruling both Libra and Taurus. Taurus is probably much more earthy because it's not an air sign. So Libra is a very loving sign, but Libra is an air sign. So it's going to be more forceful. Then I like to see it. Masculine signs have a little more oomph. I'm actually an Aries at birth. My progressed sun has chilled out a little bit, and it's 22 degrees in Taurus. So I'm so fiery with the Leo moon and Mars and Jupiter and Saturn and Rahu. That's all I have in Leo. Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Rahu, 5 placements in Leo in the 7th house. So I know what I need to do naturally to stay grounded is get my ass outside connected to the earth when I'm a fireball.
And Mary says, I'm your Venus.
42
I'm
days
your fire. Okay.
Goes retrograde. It says when Venus is in retrograde on this website.
Page not found.
Related to love and money. What?
Page not found on astrology.
Is anybody else having a problem connecting to that page? Oh, get out of here. Let me try again. It's astrology, Venus. That's crazy. This is how the powers that be against us don't want us to connect that information. This is what happens.
You would not believe how hard
my computer's froze up.
Some of these things. I know. I mean, just to get the other channel go, I could not get. I don't even want to tell you all the steps I had to go through. I finally had to. I finally had. Well, I had to go through a lot of hoops. I finally am in control of my channel again, but what the heck? Not making it easy. But we will get some stuff posted soon. I had a whole video with pile reading done, and I was going to practice my marking it, my time stamping it, and I could not download anything. It was like, no, we can't. We will send something to your phone number, but it never got to my phone number. We'll send something. Oh, you've got to sign in, and it's like you've got to come up with the right password. Well, I came up with the right password. It still wouldn't let me download anything to edit. To edit it together, the different segments together, because I had them in pieces, and I'm like, what the bleep, And then there was all kinds of other things, and I'm like, okay, that's it. And I got control of it now from my other phone, but it was like it was fighting me. It was like something was fighting me. Then I got this it was one of these pick a pile readings that I watch. I was talking about how you've had a trickster fighting you all this time. It's like, well, yes. It was like, oh my gosh. She says, oh my gosh, you've been dealing with this for a long time, but it's going to end. I'm
That's
like,
when your card came out in your one reading, the Hyoka, the trickster.
yeah.
But
Coyote.
are you getting better at discerning that, okay, sometimes when I try to do things that my ego thinks it needs to do, Spirit will stop it. Like maybe you're not supposed to upload that video. Did you ever really just think about that? Maybe
Well,
this
yeah, of
video isn't meant for
course
the
I
public.
did.
Maybe it's not supposed to go. And we're trying to
Or
force
maybe it's not
them.
supposed to go yet.
Yes. And you'll get a calling when it does.
But what I think part of it was I had to get control of the channel on this phone. And
Yes.
now I'm going to be okay, probably.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, I'm not very good with an iPhone. The iPhone drives me crazy, frankly. I'm not used to it, so I don't know how to get it to do what it needs to do. So really trying to run that channel from that phone is probably a bad idea anyway. But I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually and be able to get that particular.
If you keep messing with it, you'll figure it out because I can't stand Androids. I've been on an iPhone since the iPhone 3 gave birth.
Well, they make it hard if you're on one to use the other one. They make it really.
I know I had to have one after my iPhone 10 was hacked and stolen, and I had to have an Android. I went from an iPhone 10 to a government phone.
Oh my God, those are awful.
Slam.
I've had one of the. Oh my God, those are awful. Those
I
are the worst.
almost slammed that Android up against the wall. You wouldn't know how many times because the keyboard was off. All my words were messed up. Nothing was right.
Those are the worst, the absolute worst. And they're by Alcatel or something. Alcatel, all cattle, basically. Alcatel, yeah, awful, awful. Well, we'll give you a free phone. It won't be worth shit, but we'll give you one.
Yeah, you might slam that sucker on the ground and beat it with a baseball bat before you're done.
Yeah, because and they use it. What they really use it to do is feed you a bunch of commercials.
Yeah,
That's what happens. You get tons of commercials on those phones. Tons of calls from people you don't want to get calls from that you're not interested in. It's stupid, really. It's like, of course, they're using it to their advantage. They're not.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
They're not really helping you with it much. But you can call home with it. Phone home. That's about it. You can call an emergency. That's about it.
One thing we haven't brought up that's very important that I just remembered is Chiron is also going retrograde on July 23rd.
Oh my gosh, you're right. And Chiron is the wounded healer.
Yes. And so there's
oh my gosh, that's it.
Yes.
Okay. Think about this. The wounded healer. We know who Mary Magdalene is. The wounded healer. We've got a wounded healer. We've got a healer. There's a lot of healing going to be coming in.
You actually, I want you to see, I'm going to talk too fast. Let me stop and slow down for a second. Take a breath. Have you seen the Mary Magdalene movie? I almost feel like I'm trying to say something from my human perspective, and sometimes spirits trying to come out at the same time. Too much information comes in. I'm really trying to start discerning channeling, because I feel like information's coming in and it can't come out fast enough. And sometimes it happens when someone else is talking and I just need to blurt it out. And I don't mean to be rude or interrupt people, but Mary Magdalene in the movie, I'm going to drop the trailer again for the movie. I've watched it numerous times because I own it. They almost killed her in the movie.
Yeah.
Because she wanted to follow Jesus, and her father was they wanted to marry her. It really teaches about how she was actually abused. She was going to be forced into marriage, and they introduced her to a man, and her father said, "I want you to marry this man," and she said she doesn't want to. And Jesus came to town, and she had a nervous breakdown. She started speaking in another language. Mary, she went into the whatever the temple, whatever it would have been called in Israel at the time, and she was speaking 1,000 words a minute because she was freaking out. And she was speaking so fast that they got her father, and she literally, I would want to say she went into psychosis because she was having a nervous breakdown and she didn't want to get married. And they told her she had demons. This is where it comes in the movie, and where people say she had demons. When you go against what someone's trying to force you to do, that would be your ego trying to fight back. And they told her she couldn't run off, and they took her down to the water, and they kept dunking her under, screaming at her, telling, the church did this to me, as a matter of fact, screaming at me and telling me I had demons because I wouldn't speak in tongues for them. And it literally, I was almost vomiting in the church. I was fasting, and they were dragging me around. Actually having like a flashback at a moment. But they almost drowned Mary. They held her under so long that her father was like, stop it. You're going to kill her. I just got freaking chills like you wouldn't believe at that time. And they were telling her she had demons in the movie. So I won't tell you the whole movie, but that literally, it showed her drowning at the beginning of the movie. Church abuse at trying to force her off. Oh, I'm just covered in chills.
You know, no, I'm not going to say anything right now. No.
And so
I'll be nice.
It really hits me hard. I'm laughing at Seventh Son. It hit me hard because we are in the 7th month, July. We just had the 777 portal. Mary Magdalene has 7 stages. Inanna has 7 gates. There are 7 main chakras.
Isis has 7 rays.
7. There are about 7 sons in the book of Maccabees. I just found that out the other day. 7th son was making a joke about it, and I was like, no, it's actually in the Catholic Bible about the 7 sons. And so I went and Googled it real quick because that's how Spirit has me go look for Bible stuff and relations.
Googly.
And so for this to be 722, 747, because 22 adds up to 7, the Feast of Mary Magdalene. It's a 747 fly. Is that a plane? 747? If we
And
could
a
do
plane that they had trouble with had a lot of crashes.
7 plus 14 is 18 is 9 completion. 7 plus 4 is 11 plus 7 is 18. You go down to numerology. 747 adds up to 9. The Lionsgate's 99.
Reminds me, we're going to have Alexander back on towards the end of the month to set us up for the next month.
All right.
So, our numerologist. So, aren't we blessed to have
That
all
will
this
be good.
information? We would have all this information
Absolutely.
available to us. We are truly blessed. So,
Yes, we are. I actually kind of resisted numerologists at first because after my daughter passed away, I was having so many people try to force information. I was in shock. Could people back the fuck up for a minute? For real? Like, you wouldn't believe all this information people were trying to give to me. At the same time, my daughter just passed away. You think I wasn't getting information from the spirit world too? And I was like, oh my God, now people are addicted to numbers. I could literally see people's brains start going all over the place when I would say my daughter passed away on 9/9/2020. And they would start giving me, their brains were going. I could see all the analytical processing. I could watch their eyes on the screen the minute I would put 9/9/2020 in the chat. She died on the 9th. Her spirit left her body, I should say, right here on this floor. I don't have to go to a graveyard to summons my daughter. She passed away on the floor. Right, I moved into the room after she passed away. Some people think it's creepy. My niece will not stay at our house. She will not spend the night. Lots of people think it's eerie that I moved into the room my daughter passed away in, but I honestly have a hesitance in leaving. I've talked about moving out of my parents' home, but until they move out, I don't even know if I'm going to right now. Her ashes are on the altar, but she passed away on 9/9, the Lionsgate. She was a Leo sun, born 8/19/98. She was a life path 9, the end. And it was Mars retrograde when she left.
Okay, wait a minute. Seventh Sun, you had 3 people in the last 48 hours asked for a reading. You had no idea what you were being asked for. Why were they? Oh, well, it's because what a 7th Sun is supposed to be able to be. It's supposed to be
A
have
prophet.
supernatural abilities, a prophet. Yes. Yes. So you did that one to yourself, 7th Sun. Sorry about your luck. You did that one yourself.
Welcome back, B. Freeman.
Okay,
Must
so
got
anyway,
lost.
you found your way back.
See, this is
Yeah.
part of why I need to be paying more attention, because my daughter she picked out this Life on Mars tapestry, which I thought was odd because she's a Leo. And there was a big lion tapestry. So when she told me, I want this Life on Mars tapestry, I was like,
Can you show
really?
us that?
And then she died on Mars retrograde, and I was like, what in the world? And so I was like, man, I really need to start paying attention, because she was giving me warnings. She didn't even know she was going to leave this world. And from her human perspective, her soul knew. Her soul was trying to warn me. These are signs that are right in front of our face, that we need to get our head out of these devices and out of the clouds. We need to limit our time. Like, I know you don't spend that much time on YouTube, and people are not getting it. It really can mess with our intuition. It really is a lot of distractions. There is so much going on to distract us on purpose with politicians and wildfires and everything. Here, next, there's a breaking news. I got a shirt that says breaking news, I don't care. You don't know how many people are trying, and they don't even realize they're becoming the powers that be against us because they keep putting us down more fucking rabbit holes. Here, go down another rabbit hole and get lost with conspiracy information about adrenochrome and everything else under the sun. Here, go down another one so you'll be searching for the truth for 25 years. You won't see what's right in front of your freaking face. That's my message. I don't even click on the stuff people send me anymore. I've got people that send me nonstop reels on Instagram to the point that I have closed my Instagram account. I have had to block people who will not stop. Even if I
It's a reel anyway. What's a reel?
It's a short, like a YouTube
Oh, it's a short.
But it's on
Let's
Instagram.
tell them I don't want to see your shorts unless you want to see my granny panties.
I don't want to. Stop sending me videos is what I say. I say, I don't even click on these. And then
if you don't show me your shorts, I won't show you my granny panties. Okay, there you go.
They're in adrenaline mode. If I could literally say on the screen, I don't even watch all these shorts you send me, and you send me more, it tells me that you're just over there goofing off in your world, watching shorts, mass sending them to everybody, and you're not even reading what the people say to you. That is the utmost form of disrespect I've ever seen in this world anymore. Is people are just not listening. They're not listening. They are not listening. For those who
well, here's the thing: is that the people they get the wrong. Like, well, and I got nothing against Zaid, but as much as I would say I'm God, you're God. Well, and other people, it's like still they're trying to talk to me about, oh, I don't like God either. It's like, what? Or you don't believe in God. It's like, I believe in God. Don't you get it? I just believe that God is all of us, that all of us is God. We're all God. We're part of God.
He's operating from his wife and his kids. The kid is gone. He's actually not on my channel. I haven't seen him in a while. So Zaid, bless his heart.
Yeah, and
he finds what he's looking for. He's trying to summon demons.
Yeah, he's trying to summon demons and asking me, gee, I made a blood offering to this guy and I don't know why he didn't show up. Why didn't he show up? And it's like, how would I know? I don't do that kind of stuff.
Because you have got the wrong intentions, right?
It's like, why would you do that? I have told him, and he doesn't seem like a bad guy, but honestly, no, you can't. You please. Okay, come on.
It's becoming, there's a book.
I'm sorry about your luck. If you made some kind of a deal with an entity, you've got to break that contract or you're not going to break the contract. And what have I said? I say that all the time. I get really vexed. Break the contract. If you've got a contract going on, if you got something going on, you think it's a contract, break it. As a matter of fact, right now, and let's see, what other words can we use? I break, dissolve, and uncreate any and all contract.
Declaration of sovereignty. You got it.
I belong to myself. I am God. And I know I am. Okay? I know who I am. I am God. So are you. Be still and know that I am God. Okay? So that means be still. So I sat still and I knew that I am God. That's what it means. Sovereignty is key. And I kept trying to tell that guy, well, what will happen after you do that? Well, they won't be able to hurt you. That's what I mean. You're still going to have to maybe go through some shit, but they really can't kill you for it.
No, nobody can kill anybody. We don't die. Our spirits just don't die. It's just
Yeah, spirits don't die.
We leave our body. Everybody leaves their body. Nobody's going to hell. Yeah, they can all stop. I just saw a billboard the other day that said, a huge church billboard from the Christian ministries that said, are you going to heaven with all this heavenly clouds and the light, and on the other side, or hell was on fire and all this stuff. And it's, people are doped up on dopamine, adrenaline, and cortisol is what's happening. In the Mary Magdalene gospel, it says, for those who have ears, let them hear, let them listen. And actually, if you listen to the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, which is on YouTube, chapter 4, verse 24 is, for those who have ears, let them hear. Guess whose birthday is 4/24? Mine. So when I heard that, Jesus speaks to me through scriptures, I had to laugh my butt off because I was speaking those words of Jesus before I even knew the gospel of Mary Magdalene existed. For those who have ears, let them hear. For those who have ears, let them listen.
Oh, hi, guilty as hell. Hi, guilty as hell. You signed off the seventh son name. Okay. You don't want to be asked to prophesy anymore, huh? Well, were you really a seventh son? Well, were you really the son, the seventh in line or something? Yeah, I went through all that when I got a new phone too. That's why I couldn't get into the other channel. And you know what? I sat there really for days, mind blown, trying to figure out how to get into the other channel. How am I going to get control of this channel? Finally, today I got control of it though. But I sat there and literally something was messing with my mind.
I'm going to listen to you, but I have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I've been drinking way too many fluids.
Yeah, I had I have been having this. I have not been able to eat hardly anything except watermelon, which is actually a perfect thing for summer. I guess now I'm on the watermelon diet because that's about all I can stand to eat. And I have been having a bad stomach. So I was wondering what the heck, but sometimes this happens to get you to clean out, to get you to, I've been fasting a lot. And it's easy when you don't want to eat. Anyway, it's easy to fast. But a seventh son, youngest of 9 children. Oh, okay. Thanks for coming, guilty. Do we have to call you guilty? Oh, come on now. Yeah, I've been hacked before. That's one of the worst things that can happen to you, really. Because we've got so much tied up in our accounts online now, don't we? And so now you get hacked. You're really fucked. That should be a very serious crime. Hacking someone should be a felony of the highest order. Guilty as hell. Okay, can we just call you Guilt for short? Or Hell? Mr. Hell? I don't know. I'll just call you as Guilty. Call you Guilty. Okay. Yep.
Okay, I'm back.
Demonolatry is when they get the upper hand and someone is worshiping them and they're doing the dog's bidding. Ah, jeez, yes. Oh, it's the first 6 letters of the last name. Guiltoletto.
Oh, wow. B. Freeman. Bree Freeman said that at Demonology at 1119, 9111 backwards.
Yikes. So anyway, yeah, what? Well, Cowboy certainly has opinions about that. You heard him just then. It's funny how he just came by the door when you said that, and he just went for no good reason other than that he's a weird cat. I love him. He is the strangest little cat, but he has a lot of opinions. Hacking might be a criminal thing. It better be a criminal thing, because if you think about it, they can steal a lot more from you than just picking your pocket or something.
Absolutely.
That would be tantamount to stealing a man's horse in the old days, which was a hanging offense, because they can steal your whole life.
You know, what else do you think? I really think a lot is coming with this Chiron and Venus retrograde within not 24 hours of each other. The time, let me look at the times again.
Guiltyman. Oh, that's a lovely name. You plan on having children?
Okay, so Chiron's going retrograde on July 23rd at 7:42 a.m. And Venus is going retrograde on July 22nd at 8:33 p.m. 8:33 on 7:22. Hey, what the world? It's my time, but it'll be 9:33 Eastern time. So from 8:30 to 7:42 the next day, Chiron's going retrograde. Venus is going retrograde Saturday night, and Chiron's going retrograde Sunday morning. That should be at the top of my community tab right now.
Wow.
If anybody wants to look at my charts.
I just dropped my phone. Anyway, you know what? Honestly, I cannot believe. Oh, your cat's doing interesting things. And it's some sort of not fun to get hacked. You better get. That's one of my intentions. It's got to become a felony, a bad one, depending on how much you hacked and what you hacked. But if you hack a person's whole life, that should get you some serious time. Because that is like one of the worst things you can do to somebody in a society that's using electronic media for every damn thing. The reason stealing a horse was so bad, one of the reasons is if you stole a man's horse, you could strand them somewhere and they could die. That's one of the reasons it was such a bad thing. He could be dependent on that horse for his life, his livelihood. Well, look at what has happened with the internet. Isn't the internet just about that important to most people?
Yeah. This is really jacked up because, sorry,
So
before we
Chiron
talk
is the
about
wounded
Chiron,
healer, the healed healer, wounded and healed healer. Hey, Andrea. So basically, a horse was worth 2 humans. Oh, I didn't know that much. But yeah. Well, horses can do a lot of work too. I mean, you steal somebody's horse, you could be stealing, like I said, a lot more.
that's the wrong information though about Chiron. Sorry, my brain's over here on Chiron for a second.
Okay, Chiron.
But Chiron's in Pisces, not Aries. So that link I just shared is tropical wants us to think that
Okay, Pisces.
think of it like this. Tropical is giving a heads up for what's coming because they're always a sign ahead. Almost always.
Okay.
Not always. Chiron. Tropical is giving us a good heads up. So what I would do is Chiron retrograde in Pisces. Because Pisces is the healer. Is watery, is what I really want to say.
Watery.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my 13th sign astrologer starts her astrology charts in Pisces. Her zodiac starts with Pisces, not Aries. The fish, the water. We're born in water.
My dad was a Pisces, so I know something about Pisces.
Oh, yeah.
Extremely
So,
emotional. My dad was emo, let me tell you.
what's his birthday?
He would have been an emo.
Lots of people were still born in Pisces, but Pisces actually spans from March 10th until April 19th. Pisces is one of the largest signs. So the dates are longer. March 10th till April 19th.
Okay, so Chiron.
All
Yeah,
right.
tell me about Chiron. Okay, so B wants to know about Chiron. And the thing about there's more to that too. There is a long story about Chiron and how he got wounded. It has something to do with he pissed off some god and then got a wound that he could heal everybody but himself. I believe that was Chiron.
It says on this link, Chiron teaches you your wounds are not your weakness, they're your strengths.
Right. Our wounds actually teach us, you know what? A lot of people would never, like me, I don't know if I would have gotten into healing if I hadn't needed to heal myself. Would I have ever started that? No, I might have been dragged into a 9-to-5 job doing blah, blah, blah. Although that isn't my personality, I have a feeling I would still stray from that, you know. But would I have become a healer? Would I have learned healing if I had not been so sick? Would it have been such a big thing in my life? Probably not. Now I got a kitty hair in my eye, and I'm not going to say whose it probably is. I'm not even going to say the name. God forbid. But anyway, yeah, I don't know that I would have gotten so involved in it if I hadn't been sick. So a lot of times your wounds are there to bring you onto your purpose, to highlight what you're working on.
Now, this is actually, yes, you know what? This is bingo because I've been teaching all about the victim consciousness. I've actually lost some friends recently, very dear soul sisters, because they kept telling me I can't. I can't. I'm an Aries. You pick up your staff and you walk. And I'm actually a Scorpio midheaven. So I don't baby people. I'm ruled by Mars in my job, my Scorpio midheaven.
Scorpio rising, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't baby people who say I can't do things. Yes, you can. This is so powerful. That says the danger of Chiron in Pisces is victim consciousness. When you are a Chiron in Pisces, it cannot, you have, it's the wound of faith, for one. And victim consciousness is an archetype. That is in my Heal Yourself deck. Victim consciousness, where people play the victim and use the words I can't. One of my favorite things is I can't, never could do much and nothing. One of my favorite little slogans I've made up my little self. I can't, never could do much of nothing. And so if you're constantly coming to me telling me that you can't, you need help, and you've got this problem, and this is what's going on, and please pray for me, and you've got constant problems, but you're not doing anything about it, you won't go get help, you won't, and I keep giving you information, and keep giving you links, and giving you supplements to try, and giving you options, and you're not listening, and you're not doing anything, you are wasting my time. I'm just going to tell you like it is. I'm not going to baby people. I'm not going to hold people's hand all the way. I am a busy woman. I'm making my own oils. I do 13 sign astrology charts. I'm running a freaking YouTube channel. I'm trying to help people who want to help themselves.
Heck, I'm having enough just trying to run the daggone YouTube channels.
Exactly.
I'm having enough of that,
All of these
and then
people,
trying to make my own, all my own food, my own tea, my own,
yep,
herbal remedies and stuff.
yes.
I mean,
I've had to block people who come into my chat and they want to debate with me and argue with me. And then when I stand up to them and finally speak up about stuff, they get their poor little feelings hurt and they gotta run and cry about it and say I'm such a bitch. Well, maybe I didn't say nothing for years and it finally came out.
yeah, I have somebody right now who's
So I'm
kind of
just not
trying to
doing
reattach, and it's like,
I don't play the victim conscious card at all. I'm a recovering addict. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I can see through the bullshit. I can see right through it all. I used to play those games when I was an addict. I played helpless. I played a victim. I'm not playing those cards. Get up, pick up your mat, and walk to your fucking healing waters yourself. That is what Jesus said to the victims in the Bible. He didn't say the F word. He said, don't you want to get well? Get up, pick up your mat, and walk to the waters yourself. Jesus didn't baby people. He said, get up and pick up your mat. So if they got their feelings hurt too bad, it's 23, 23, 23, 33
well, don't
right
you
here.
think he probably
11,
knew?
33.
Don't you think he probably knew who was really sick and who wasn't?
Yeah. I got baptized at 33. Don't you can see?
So he wasn't really being hard on them. He was just
No,
being discerning.
he was calling their bullshit. He said, get up and stop making excuses.
You're not as sick as you're saying you are.
Exactly. You're not as helpless as you claim to be. Get up and do it. Like I have given
Hey, Scotty boy. Oh, Scotty boy.
And I'm not going to give people links. The biggest thing I have seen is people who won't go do their breath work. They won't go do yoga. They won't go do the things in their area and go get help in real person in real life. But I see them in chat rooms all fucking day and all fucking night. They will never miss a live chat to go chat with other people, but they're not taking accountability or action for real things in their real life to make a real change in their real world. But they want to go and they can't miss anything. It's almost like the grown adults get notifications to be at every single live chat, to socialize for hours. And if they spent half as much time in chat rooms and making changes and stop procrastinating, I literally have had to cut cords to so much people. I've got a book called Dodging Energy Vampires, because people have given me all these excuses that they don't have time to do this and they wish they had time for this and they don't, but they're in fucking chat rooms all day from the time they wake up until the time they go to sleep in the middle of the night.
I've known people like that. I have known people like that. And then they complain about everything.
I
And
don't
then they complain about a lot of stuff,
play.
and then they want everybody to give them stuff and help me and give me stuff. And for a while, one of them, I'm not going to mention any names, but yeah, some of them are just, they've always got a problem, and giving them something would solve it, giving them money or whatever, you know, a new phone, whatever, you know, and most of us, we would be embarrassed, but some people aren't, you know.
No, the thing of it is, I actually got, okay, I have been
Now, if you're doing a show like this and you're like, I mean, you're doing something, this is not that simple.
I'm not sitting around in chat rooms all damn day and night.
Right.
I'm busy gardening, digging holes, moving wood. I ain't got time to text all day either. So when people abuse the privilege, Lord have mercy, I'm ruled by Mars. And it's funny because because I've got an Aries, right? Ram horns. I've got Taurus, my Venus in Taurus, my progressed sun is in Taurus. I'm on the Aries Taurus line in tropical. On the Taurus side, April 24th, the sun just shifted into the first week that the sun shifts into a new sign. It carries the energy of the other sign. My Venus is in Taurus. I'm also a Capricorn rising. That's a seed.
I'm an Aries rising and a progressed Capricorn.
Oh yeah. So see, I've got the devilish side too. And I don't play.
So now I'm horny.
I don't play games.
I was an Ophiuchus and a Sagittarius, but now I'm horny. Me so horny.
Yeah, you are. And you've got the arrow for the Sag.
Yeah.
The centaur. So, you know, I was in a narcissistic, I have complex PTSD from manipulation and years of abuse. I was with the last man for 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
I got my first diagnosis, complex PTSD, last year from my psychologist I currently see. And I actually went off on my last one because he didn't know nothing about complex PTSD. And he actually quit. After I went off on him, I made an appointment just to tell him how I really fucking feel. And he resigned after that. I quit going to him. I told him I just paid $150 to go off on your ass. Thank you to my insurance company. And I can identify manipulation and narcissistic abuse and victim mentality. I can identify it and see through that shit better than anyone could ever imagine. I can see when people who are still in addictions are playing games and in denial and they're making excuses. I can see through it all because I'm sober. I quit smoking weed. I can see through all the bullshit excuses people make up for every single addiction, including social media addiction. Speaking up about that is what lost me friends. So whatever. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, you got, you know, there is a point after which you're shooting yourself in the foot with all this.
Yeah. So go limp around on that. You got it, Andrea. And Aries stepped in.
Yeah, I'm an Aries rising, so we're very horny ladies here. We got all of this fire.
I got those
We
horns
got
on.
all kinds of fire.
Papa Roach sings a song. I'll think of what it's called in a minute, but it's called Carry Me, actually. He says it takes horns to hold up my halo and strength to get through the fight. Now I'm laying my cards on the table, praying everything will be all right. And it does take horns to hold up my halo. I had to fight for my freedom, literally, and almost kick out
You
one.
gotta fight for your right to party too.
You got it right.
I want to rock.
And that's the Beastie Boys song that always comes when I get the self-sabotage come out. Listen, all of y'all, it's a sabotage. Listen, all of y'all, it's a
It's a sabotage. Bum, 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 bum.
That's the Chiron in Pisces right here. So that's going to be bringing up the shit you need to deal with. Chiron in Pisces is going to start showing you the stuff you need to deal with and stop making excuses. Or don't come around here no more. Hey, you're a victim
Whatever
of
you're
your own
looking
mentality and
for,
entrapment. That's
stop
the
walking down my street.
doctoral card I was telling you about. Some people
You
don't.
know that video. Oh my gosh, that video was so telling on the, if you think about it, related to the child slavery rings.
Ooh,
Related to Hollywood, what Hollywood does to children, what Hollywood does to
yeah, I've seen enough. I saw enough. I said I
that
couldn't see it
video.
anymore.
I
For
mean
God's
that
sake.
that video of Tom Petty's "Don't Come Around Here No More," that one.
Ooh,
If you think about it, it was Alice in Wonderland, remember? And at the end, she's turned into a cake and they're eating her. They're-
wow.
yeah. Yeah. At the end, she's going into Wonderland and she's getting but at the very end, she turns into a cake and they start eating her. So
Wow. I'm
what
going
do
to
you
have to listen
think
to that.
that was referring to, people?
Go watch it again. I'll have to.
I would play the last part of it there if I was on my computer. I would show it to you, but honestly, fixing the filter for them is the whole. That's okay.
You
Um,
I need to read more about that Chiron and Pisces. I got to send that to myself on my other phone.
yeah, I gotta find out more too. Where the heck is my Pisces?
Your Chiron. uh, I,
Oh,
I can look up your chart real quick. Ooh,
okay.
that's very important, actually. That's something I should talk about. Chiron is the wounded healer, and it depends where in your chart it is on what you need to work on.
Okay, I'm all ears,
All
really. I
right, let
want
me
to
see.
know.
Let me go look at where your key is.
I want inquiring minds want to know. No, sleep till Brooklyn.
See, my Chiron's
Ah,
Aries, so guess what I need to work on? Anger management. I have the wound of
oh,
stealth.
now how could that be?
And
How could
Chiron,
that be?
Chiron in Aries in the third house means I have trouble feeling heard. I'm feeling unheard. And then
What?
people wonder why I get
Huh?
loud. They wonder why I get loud
What?
when I say the same thing 75,000 times. They
Huh?
wonder why I get angry. They say, man, she's such a bitch. Well, you didn't hear me the first 50,000 times I said it. My God, sound like a mother. A mother. Could you, what does your mom sound like when she has to tell you, go clean your room? 65 times, and you're still jacking around, playing around, watching television, playing on your smartphone. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. We don't have time to clean our room. Let's stay in these chat rooms all day.
Great Scott! Oh, the pantless, just the pantless
And then
one
all of a
is
sudden, she
it's
flipped the
broken.
table.
You know, honestly, we put up with so much. We
Yeah,
put up
we
with so
do.
much bullshit. I
We
mean,
are.
we do. And I think we're pretty nice. I think we're pretty damn nice about it. I mean, we got all this fiery stuff. We got all of this. We got a lot of yang energy. Let's face it. We could be pretty bad. We could be pretty mean.
Here's yours.
We could be. We
I
can
got
be.
your
We
chart.
can be if we have to be. So what's mine? What's mine? I want to know what mine is. I want to know what mine is.
Let me see here.
Let me
You got the
see.
Chiron in Capricorn
Chiron in Capricorn, which is my progressed.
with your Venus as well. Venus is in
With
Capricorn
my Venus.
and Phallus. Okay, so let me go look this up. This is what I do. So your Chiron is in Capricorn. So I go in Chiron.
Chiron.
This is what I'm doing over here in my world. Look.
Okay, now wait a minute. Venus in
Chiron.
Capricorn. Venus and Chiron in Capricorn.
Yes.
In what house?
I'm getting ready to look.
Okay.
That's how I look at a chart. First, I go to what. God bless this slow ass computer. Oh man, I have anger issues with the devices. You don't even want to know. Every time there's 75 ads playing when I go to a website. Come on, dude, it's froze. Here, hold on a second. Let me just go on over here to my not frozen phone that goes a lot faster.
I have gotten rid of most of my stuff. I am moving some shit to Twitter, though, I tell you right now.
It's because
I'm moving some stuff to Twitter now that Elon's got hold of it. I figure I may have a chance on Twitter to get some word out. But, you know, I'm doing this to get the word out on a lot of things. I haven't made any actually any money on any of these videos. I'm not monetized on YouTube. So, by the way, like I said, I need another 100 and so subscribers to be able to get on YouTube and stream without without StreamYard, which would be nice. So I'm getting there slowly. It's like chugga chugga, the little engine that could. I know, darling, you have been a big help. Oh, Andrea. Oh, really? Well, thank you so much. Greece is the word, is the word.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea.
That's wonderful. Thank you, sweetheart. You know, my channel is growing so fast. So thank you to everybody because I isolate a lot because I am an emotional disaster and some people cannot handle an Aries period. They just can't do it. They can't handle a Leo moon. Thank God I've got a sense of humor with my Leo moon because, Lord, I might set the world on fire with my Aries.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Set the world on
you
fire.
maybe if you piss me off, but not the whole world.
Okay, hold on. Chiron in Capricorn.
We didn't start the fire.
No, we didn't. There's a song by Stick Figure. They sound kind of like Bob Marley's Stick Figure. Have you ever heard of them?
I don't know. No,
The song's called World on Fire. And he says, who set the world on fire? Who set the world on fire? I set the world on fire. It's Hawaii. They're Hawaiian, I believe. I'll find
Can you send that link? Because I dropped my phone and I can't go to that link.
I'm going to put it here too.
And without trying to find my phone under the bed
It's
somewhere.
a
But
nice jam. You'll like it.
if you can send me the link to Chiron and Capricorn on my
Oh,
in my messages, that would be great. That would be really great. Thank you. Or maybe I can look it up. I don't know. But knowing that it's in Capricorn in the what house?
yeah, I'll send it to your phone. And
That'd be good. And but the house is important. We are telepathically communicating.
yeah, the house is very important.
Our minds speaking.
Okay, hold on. Let me look again. I've got all these bloody windows open.
I do that when I'm on a computer.
That's what
I
slows
have 100
me down.
windows open. I look and I go, I have 29 windows open. I have 40 windows open. What the heck? I don't want to lose any information.
I know, because I go to look. What happens with me is I go to look something up and I start reading it, and then I don't want to lose it, so I come back and I open a new tab, and all of a sudden there's 75 windows open, and I said, "What the hell?" So my bookmarks become 7 miles long. For God's sakes, heaven help us.
Bookmark list. I can't even find anything on my freaking bookmark list. I can't find anything on it
I've just
because it's
started
too long.
bookmarking things because I can't even do it. I'm just like, I gotta bookmark this and come back because my phone's crashing.
Mary
My
does the same
computer
thing.
crashed.
See, now this is how we know you came from the same place we did. You got, I want all the information. I want all the wisdom. I want all of the knowledge in the world. Yes, I
You
want
said
it all.
Heather knows everything, and I'm like, no, I don't, and I don't want to know everything. I already know enough. There's already too much information, and I have studied and
Too much
studied and
information.
studied.
Actually, yeah, the Sting did a song like
I
that.
got
Too much
53
information.
tabs open on my Safari right now. You said what? Okay, hold on. Your house is 12. In
Oh,
the
I'm in the 12th.
12th, Chiron in the 12th house.
Chiron and Venus in Capricorn in the 12th.
Yeah, yeah.
Holy cow.
I don't know how to adjust this for the 13th house or what it means because her 13th house astrology, she doesn't have a link for it. So it just, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
13th house is where your Lilith is, in Aquarius in the 13th house. Your
Oh, Lilith. We got to talk, Lilith. We got to talk about that girl. We got to talk about that woman. That bad bitch. She a bad, but she is really the first one.
She left Adam. She said, I don't think so.
She said, you know what, dude? Yeah, later. Yep. She
He
was
did.
the,
She said, deuces. Oh,
I'm
Lilith
telling you
is a
that
bad hammer jammer. She said, I'll see you when I see you. And she hitchhiked. This is what I did to my ex in Nevada. He dumped me in Las Vegas with no car and no ride twice. And I somehow managed to get to Santa Cruz, California, living on a prayer. And then I ended up getting in a car with a man who turned out being an alcoholic crackhead. And because I thought I was a cab driver, and I gave him all the money I had to drive me to Albuquerque from New Mexico, Albuquerque from Las Vegas bus station. And he stopped at a gas station with the money I gave him and was pumping money into the slot machine. And I was like, oh my God, he's a gambling addict. He stopped to buy crack cocaine and he's got a bottle of liquor. However, I got in the driver's side
You
and
don't give them
on
the money
gas
until after.
and I had to hustle money just to get there. And when we got to Albuquerque, he was like, you got some money? I was like, no. He said, how am I going to get home? And I said, that's your problem. I asked you to get me to Albuquerque and you put the money in the slot machine and spin it on crack. So I'm out of here and you can find your own way home. Get the hell out. And that's how I got away from my ex. Talk to me
There
one more
must be
time like
50
that.
ways to leave your lover.
That's a good song. You just step out the back, Jack, and you make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be
Need to be
coy,
coy,
Roy.
Roy.
Just set yourself free. Just hop on the bus, Gus.
Gus,
We
don't
don't
need
need
to
to
discuss much.
Drop off the key, Lee, and set
Set
yourself
yourself
free.
free.
That's how I did it.
And you know what? And we've gone through
All
stuff
right.
like that. Like I said, I ended up stranded in New Orleans in the
Oh,
French Quarter, in the wild French Quarter.
oh my God, so was I.
In the fucking French Quarter. I mean, I was stranded in the French Quarter. I made it through though, because I
Wow.
knew how to make friends. But you know, it's like really I had to when I think of it, and there were a couple times when I was pretty sure there were people fixing to kill me, you know, for one reason or another. There was one time that I was pretty sure this guy was fixing to kill me because he wanted me to meet him. I was looking at some of the stuff that was stolen from me was on his table down at the market. Anyway, I shouldn't get into that. But yeah, he was going to kill me because you can put somebody in the bay and it'll flush them right out at high tide. It's like a big old toilet.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a great place to get rid of bodies, and you know what? The gators will get them too. Everything gets cleaned up. Not you can clean up all kinds of crimes down there. Nobody knows. Nobody
Yeah.
will ever know what happened. So the fact that we both made it back out of there, we're uh we're warriors, sis. We're survivors. We ain't no lightweight. We ain't no.
No, you're exactly right. We are thrown into the pit to to for a reason, and it's all lessons and experiences making us warriors, teaching us to let go. I'm sorry for everything you've been through. I was actually
I'm
ended
sorry
up in
for it,
New
but
Orleans too. My ex had left me in the car right by the French Quarter, and I was pregnant. My daughter's father, David, was, and my feet were swollen, and he was going to go rob somebody for money because we were stuck in New Orleans, and he was off in the whatever that road. What is it? Bourbon Street. He went to
Bourbon
go
Street.
rob somebody and left me at the 9th Ward, which is like the worst area ever. And
Oh,
it was so
geez.
hot. I had to have the windows down. And I was terrified. And he was just like, I'll be back. I'm going to go rob some people. This is what kind of men I used to hang out with before I learned my worth. Real high quality stuff here.
Oh, pardon me. I'm going to rob somebody. Pardon. I'll be right back, dear.
And I used to have to try to talk people out of it. My goodness. Oh, dang, Mary. Yeah, don't stay in there if it's that hot in your office.
Oh, damn. Go go get some relief.
You'll pass out.
That's no good.
So, yeah, regenerate. That ain't on the list, Mary? Yeah, that's a good one to add to it. Thanks. I was looking up rewords.
Regenerate. Oh, sorry. Anyway,
And the rest is on there twice. This Chiron retrograde is going to bring up a lot of shit. I hope people are ready.
Oh, I think it's going to take up a lot of shit.
It's time.
No kidding. And matter of fact, I got all of these cards. I'm going to take one card from each of these. Okay? Yeah. And I'm going to ask, how is this coming? And I mean, how is this going to affect? Let's come up with a good, how do we formulate this question? How are we going to see this play out on the world stage, maybe, huh? On what's going to happen. These, let's see if we can find out something about that. That'd be fun. Whoa, we got a cards hopping out already.
All right.
Wow. We got, this is the Cat Tarot. Okay. We got Six of Swords, which is very interesting because Six of Swords,
holy shit,
don't know it, but the Six of Swords is actually in the classic tarot is actually Mary Magdalene leaving for France. People don't know that.
Oh, my stars in heaven.
Leaving a bad situation. People don't know it, but the background of that card is Mary Magdalene leaving for France. And the rough waters behind and having to leave because of leaving a bad situation right here. And these are the ones that just hopped out. Seven of Swords. I got to think about that. I have forgotten Seven of Swords. They didn't come with a book. I'm trying to think what Seven of Swords usually looks like. Oh, and the 6, 7, and 8 of Swords. This is a new deck. They all popped out. The 8 is, it looks like you're trapped, but you're really not. You're going to be able to find your way out, but you just can't see it right now. You just can't see. There's a way out. You just can't see it yet. But the 6, 7, 8 of Swords hopping out like that, even though it's because I haven't really shuffled it very much. I was in the midst of shuffling it. Let's see what happens when I actually give it a good shuffle. But that card had to pop out so that I could tell you that about the Swords.
It did, because I didn't know that.
Isn't that interesting?
That's
now, I don't know if I read that somewhere or if I channeled that. I think I might have channeled that. Because it shows a woman in a boat and a guy rowing. And that was supposedly how they escaped, you know. Because they had to get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Jesus snuck out the back, Jack, and made a new plan. He said, "Hey, guess what, Mary? They're gonna kill us. We gotta haul ass." He kind of said it in probably a little different words, but that was pretty much what he meant. Because Jesus was a badass. I don't care what anybody says. Yahshua was a badass.
All of us are.
Yes, we all are.
We all are. We have to be. We wouldn't be able to do this job here if we weren't. How in the heck would we ever be able to do the job we got to do here in this place if we weren't badasses?
Exactly.
We have to be. Yeah, so if you are here doing this kind of work in this world, you're a badass.
Do you know Chiron is going back direct on December 19th? That is the day I married my daughter's father. Can you freaking believe this? I was just telling you this about how I was pregnant in New Orleans with my daughter. And then I actually was tricked and forced into marriage by his parents. And we got married on December 19th after he got out of prison. And here
Wow.
Chiron's going to station back direct on December 19th. This is how spirit gets my attention.
Yeah. That's usually how. And you know what? The funny thing is maybe it wasn't going to be that way, but it is for you now.
No, you're right.
Isn't that weird? It's like, yeah, that's how David is in everything. It's like, I swear, he's in every freaking thing. I've got his tarot card deck. A tarot card deck. I didn't know he had a tarot deck. About him. He has two of them, in fact. One of them, pardon me, I have to breathe. I beg your pardon. Okay, this is it. Starman Tarot. The other one's the Labyrinth Tarot. He's got two tarot decks based on him. I got to get, but the Starman one didn't come with a book either, so I got to find it online somewhere. You can find the books to everything online. Re-up, yep. I'm re-upping a lot of things. Redirect, reinvent, Real. Hey, that's a good one, Real.
You're doing good.
Yeah, Real. And because Al is what? It means divine. Real. So you gotta be divine again. Gotta get back to being divine. So
yeah, absolutely. And a badass divine, actually. You're a
badass
spiritual badass. They got some yoga shirts that are spiritual gangsta shirts. I just can't afford them right now. They're quite pricey. Spiritual gangsters.
You know what? I wanted to make some t-shirts. I really got to do that. T-shirts that say the shaman life chose me, and shirts that say gangsta shaman.
Yeah. Absolutely. That would be good.
Because I think really a lot of us are gangsta shaman. It's the shaman life chooses you. It feels like that. Actually, we chose it, but okay. So let's see what cards come up now that I've shuffled them better. Let's see if we can get 3 cards here. Can we get 3 cards that make sense? I am not as good at tarot as I am at medicine cards and sacred path cards. I actually stayed away from tarot for a long, long time because it didn't make sense to me. The Indian medicine, the Indian cards made sense. Some of the oracle cards made sense, but tarot didn't make sense. But tarot has started to make sense, especially since the temperance angel showed up to me. Then I knew that it was time to start doing tarot again, to try tarot again, because the cards would now talk to me. And we get Ace of Wands. Now, wands are fire. And this is a new beginning. This is energy. So this is the card.
That's the Aries.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that is fire. And so a new energy coming through. And 4 of Swords is rest. Yes, we're going to need a lot of rest. That's rest and recuperation. And 2. That's we're going to have some decisions to make between 2. And you see the cat is walking a tightrope between the 2 swords there.
Mm-hmm.
And the cat is blindfolded. So,
Walking the line.
yeah. So there's a lot to that. I mean, really, usually it's a blindfolded woman holding two swords crossed. But this is a good depiction of it too, because that is the way it's probably going to feel. I mean, like you're walking a tightrope blindfolded. Yep, I can see this. Yeah, it's already taking us a lot of something about this fire card. There's something. I'm going to leave that there, and I'm going to go on with the other. Yeah, because the Four of Swords is the one where the guy is lying down. It's like actually a tomb. So let's see. Let's take one card from this. And this is the, okay, it's going to be feeling. Okay, that makes sense. Feeling, nothing more than feelings. Okay, this didn't come with a book either, but this is a woman who looks like she has roots coming out of her chest, popping out of her chest, and leaves popping out of her hair. And oh my gosh. But there's more to that card. You know, there's a spell like that. Oh my gosh. There's a spell like that I was told about. Okay. Okay. Feelings. And you know what? They really look more like chords. Okay, I'm getting one of the things we're going to have to do a lot is we're going to have to keep asking, who does this belong to? I send it back with consciousness attached. We are going to be feeling everybody else's stuff at this point. Realize that you are going to be feeling, if you're one of these empathic types, just realize that all of the stuff you're feeling, most of it is probably not, maybe even none of it is yours.
Exactly. Oh my God, it's so fucking draining.
Probably none of it is yours. So remember that. And remember what I told you to do.
Return to sender.
I return it. They don't, you know, and in a lot of cases, these people didn't send it to you. They didn't know, but you're a good receiver, so you're picking it up. They might not even mean to be sending it to you, but it is their lesson to deal with, not yours. And you cannot fix it for them.
I'm going to take it back to the post office tomorrow.
Right.
Return to sender.
I'm going to return it to Amazon. I didn't order this. I didn't order
Energy
this.
Vampires. It's sad
So
because lots of
this
people
one wants to come out, the fairies. This one wants to come out here. It says protection.
Ooh,
Fairies
good.
of protection are shielding you with a magical fairy ring of love and light. Practice psychic protection before embarking upon any spiritual work. Okay, that's another more advice. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so practice protection, folks. It's going to be a time when we're going to need this. Okay. It's like, you know, wrap the willy. Well, wrap yourself in a shield, right? What else are we going to be needing to know? What other messages do you have for us about this time? Okay, let me see. I want to pick one this way. Going here, stepping through, and she's on a lotus, and has a Merkaba on her heart. Oh my goodness. Isn't that interesting? And she's kind of dressed like a princess. Well, actually, she has a tiara on, a coronet of some kind, and she's in water here. She's coming up from a lotus. She has a Merkaba over her heart. Protect your heart. And this is some version of Kuan Yin, goddess of mercy. That's Chinese goddess of mercy, Kuan Yin. Okay, so it's saying, yeah, and of course that is also the divine union. So there is going to be stepping through. Well, of course, the portal opens, the Lion's Gate. That's what we're stepping through. Okay. Stepping through. Well, just step through. It's going to be a new beginning. There's another new beginning. It's going to be an energetic new beginning. Isn't that interesting? But protect yourself and protect your heart. You know what? I'm seeing people are going to try and, you know what? There are people that are after your heart, but I mean after your heart energy. Well, we can't give them that. You can, we need that.
They can't even have my time or my mind anymore. I cut the cords. I
That's
tie
right.
cords around my spell candles and I cut them frequently. So don't play around. I cut slower cords. I slam doors. I change numbers. I disappear. And my block is on point. Block delay. You're done. Everything's gone.
Reaper. Oh,
yes.
Interesting.
Don't fear the Reaper. As in, I've got a candle over here that's the Grim Reaper, and I didn't burn it. I actually found it in a box. It was from my old apartment, and I found it after my daughter passed away with a bunch of old pictures and stuff, and it's on the altar with her ashes now. Probably collected dust because it's a candle that it burned all the way down in the Grim Reaper's face and melted out of it.
Whoa.
And now her picture is showing through. It was showing through on the other side, but it's not now. I took a different picture. But I made a video with Don't Fear the Reaper. Did I see what before I said it? Did who see what? Hold on a second.
Seasons don't fear the reaper, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain. And neither do I, because I'm a goddess.
That's the Reaper. See his face gone?
Mm-hmm.
His face melted off. And it's actually got my cousin's picture who's been missing for 11 years. And her son. It does have dust on it. But there might be a little dust on the altar. But don't let it fool you about what's inside. There might be a little dust on the altar, on the Reaper. Anyway, my daughter's picture, when I did the video, it was right behind it. And so you can literally see her face in it. And this is my little dog's bow that I found. My ex kept my dog from me. Her birthday is December the 9th, Marley May.
My birthday is December the 9th.
I know. That's how I knew I was in the right spot. Did you
Meow. Maybe he was born December the. Were you born December the 9th?
I meant to
He
ask you
was. He's a Sag, I guess.
that night a dog hopped in your room? Remember you had a little
Yeah,
dog? Okay. You said it was a black dog. On the day
dark.
that happened, could it have been a Rottweiler? On July the 3rd, the day that
Maybe.
happened, that is when my dog with my ex, our other dog, Agra, he was a black Rottweiler. He got hit by an ATV and died in Nevada on July the 3rd. And you said, hey, there's a dog here. And I instantly thought it was Marley because she has the same birthday as you. But Agra was a Rottweiler and he got hit and killed the same day, July 3rd. That's the day that happened on your video.
Oh gosh, maybe it was. It's hard to tell because you know how this is. I'm doing a show and I'm trying to pay attention, and I'm like, what? And in your mind, it's like things shift a
Yes.
lot,
Yes.
and the lighting changes, and it could be a brown dog, a very dark brown dog, it could be a black dog, could be a it's just I could just tell it was a dog and very well, that would make sense though.
Yeah, he died that day. I said in your chat, oh my God, that must be Marley. And then
Mhm.
all of a sudden, because Marley's December the 9th, 2009, she was born. And then, so that's 12, 9, 11, 2000. See, my brain's almost like a freaking supercomputer. Ever since I did ayahuasca and the fasting does it, it's almost too much. It's almost too much with the channeling that comes.
It's like, yeah, when your brain comes back, you just kind of go, wow.
Sometimes I want to go, can I please shut it off?
Sometimes mine is like that, but lately I have been an airhead. I will admit it. Lately, I have been such an airhead, and yet I guess I still know a heck of a lot more than most people. Kind of sad in a way.
Yeah. And
I still seem like a fucking genius compared to a lot of people.
some
And
people
to
still
me,
aren't
I'm
seeing a
moving
lot
slow.
because they're so absorbed by these devices. And I actually had to break the habit of taking pictures of things and just accepting it's a message for me. It's a message for me. I do not need to take a picture. I do not need to fucking share it with everybody in the whole world. I do not need to post it on social media platforms. Nobody needs to know. It's for me. It's for me. And I miss a whole lot when I stop to think I need to take a picture or stop, I need to take a video. I'm missing part of the message. I'm not listening. And my spirit guides do get louder. They will slam doors. They will drop freaking tornadoes through the city and knock down power lines with trees. That's the angel guide, the angel woman who wrote the book Angel Guidance that I'm in her groups. She said angel intervention. That's how that works. When you're not listening, you might think you're
Absolutely.
listening. They will intervene because you're not fucking listening.
It's like, yeah, you really need to listen. It's like they're not going to be able to help. Well, and that's another thing too is sometimes though we get into these loops where everything is a message, where we think everything is a message, and then we spend all our time trying to figure it out.
Yes.
And it's like, no, that we, that's not how that works.
Yep.
A thing that's a real message will be real. Usually it's real, unusual, anomalous, synchronous. Like I know somebody who kind of fell into the trap that every doggone thing was a message.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And Drove everybody crazy.
You got to be able to discern what's a message and what's a warning.
Yeah.
That's a big picture. What's a sign and meant to be, and what is a warning? What is
Mhm.
warning you? Alert, alert, danger, danger, turn the other way. You've got to be able to translate messages. And
Right.
you need to be able to trust your gut instincts when you first feel it or see it or whatever, because if people are tuning their discernment out. I did it. I'll tell you what, after my daughter passed away, I was smoking so much weed. I'm not even kidding. I was smoking like a mad woman because I was in shock and my daughter just died. And if I would have been tuned in a little more, I would have saw all the signs telling me she was getting ready to leave this world. But honestly, she was in a state of psychosis, and I was a mess in 2020. 2020 COVID was going on. My mom was trying to control us, spraying everything with disinfectant, being fucking crazy, masks, all of it. 2020 was a bad year for people with OCD, because 2020 was a bad year for anybody dealing with somebody who was terrified of that virus. Because I was walking around with no freaking mask on, sitting down and shaking hands with homeless people, no mask, unafraid. And people
Well,
were
you
putting
know what?
electrodes on.
Here's something that I noticed. Because, of course, I used to live just about a block and a half away from the soup kitchen. And so when I was on hard times, I went there all the time. Um, and I noticed something during COVID though when I went to visit. I go back to visit sometimes. None of the homeless people were bothering to wear masks, not one of them.
None. They're drinking alcohol together. I've watched it. They're sharing cigarettes, sitting, laying all over each other, smoking joints together, drinking. Here, you want to hit this bottle? Yeah, they were not afraid to die in the least. They were not afraid to get sick. They were walking the streets. You know why? They don't have televisions. They were very limited on how much of this stuff programmed into their brains. They do have smartphones. Lots of them do have a phone. But they were not afraid. Most of them are not afraid to die, period. They are homeless.
I wasn't when I was homeless. I wasn't really afraid to die. I was like, well, whatever. You know, if I'm supposed to die, I'm going to die. If
I,
I'm
you know
not
what they
going to
weren't,
die, I'm not going to
you
die.
know another thing they weren't afraid of? Nobody was afraid of the money. No one, my own psychologist that I went off on, I told him, I said, you know what, Ben? Nobody's afraid of the money. I said, all these homeless people are collecting money, change, all this stuff that people have been touching. To the dirtiest thing in the whole planet. Nobody was afraid of the money, but everybody was afraid of each other in the 6 degrees of separation. Everybody's afraid to fucking breathe, but they weren't afraid of
But yeah,
money.
but they're still taking money.
Exactly. Ben, my psychologist, he's making $150 an hour to do Zoom meetings from his home during COVID. And he said, I haven't exchanged any dollar bills this entire time. He said, I have only used my credit card and I don't let anybody touch it. And I said, fear's got a hold of you, son. Fear's got a hold on you.
That's right.
They put a spell on you.
And now the ones that we got to worry about is the people dripping spike proteins. Those are the ones that we should be worried about.
Wise people started boosting their immunity. They stopped
That's
putting the
basically
garbage
what
in
I
with
said.
their
That's the
eye.
only way.
Wise people, I'll tell you what, I got sick one time. April Fool's Day, no freaking joke, of 2021. My dad came home from work at the University of Illinois on April Fool's Day. and said, I tested positive for COVID. And he works at the University of Illinois, so he had to get a DNA swab twice a week, every week, for the whole duration. He had to get tested. And I said, oh my God, are you sick? I wasn't taking my vitamins. My daughter had passed away September. This was the next April. I honestly was at a point in my life where I did not want to be in this world anymore. I quit buying my vitamins. I quit taking my vitamins. And I said, I don't care. I wasn't taking care of myself. And when my dad came home and said he had COVID, I said, oh my God, do you feel sick? And he said, no, I feel fine. I said, well, April Fools. And he just busted up laughing. And then he got sick a few days later. And then I got so sick. And that was my cue to not mess around anymore.
Yeah.
Taking vitamins and your self-care is the most important thing. And I bumped it up and knocked that virus out of me. Like, I cannot take on stress because I've already spoke about this on your channel. I have 2 viruses in my body 24/7 waiting for me to not take care of myself so they can attack my immune system. HPV and herpes. I can get up on stage and say these things. I once didn't love myself enough that I settled and fell for men's bullshit and listened to their lies. I once had the lack of self-love, and I ended up with some problems that now I've been studying how to heal viruses for years. I let people lie right to my face when I ask them, do they have STDs? And say, no, I don't have a condom. They lied right to my face. Their shame makes them lie. Period. Because
Well, they just want what they
you've got
freaking
STDs?
want.
Well, who cares? Let's sleep together anyway.
They
And
just want what they want. They don't care.
There's one thing they want. They don't care about a condom. They care more about whether you can get pregnant or not. You could tell them you've got STDs, and they're more worried about whether you're going to get pregnant or not. That's what the men really have ever cared about. You can't get pregnant, can you? No, I can't. So they don't care. I got my tubes tied. I want those devices out of me too. They're not tied. I have inserts in mine.
You know, I thought I wonder. Nah, I don't really care though. You know what? Most of the people, now this is the funny thing. Most of the homeless people, they're still around. They weren't the ones. Now, it was really hard for them because they weren't allowed a lot of places. They couldn't have, a lot of things weren't open. They couldn't hardly get warm in the winter. Yet somehow they're still around. Most of them are still around. They didn't die. Isn't that weird? Isn't that odd? Isn't that odd? That's odd. I'll tell you, it's really odd.
It's amazing now how I don't get sick around people either because I take such good care of myself. All the people around me get sick. And I've got 2 viruses attacking my immune system because I take my mushrooms daily. I take this stuff. I spend money on the things that help heal me, and I sacrifice a whole lot of things for my health because our health is not something that we need to be cheap about. You can sacrifice buying bullshit you don't need for you to be a healthy person. And if people have got their priorities ass backwards, they got time to be on social media all damn day, but they ain't got time to do their yoga. They got time to buy all this other crap they don't need, and they ain't got money for this. I don't have the money to buy that stuff because I'm blowing it on all this other shit I don't need. Stop with all your excuses. I'm calling bullshit. I actually like to flip rugs, flip tables, and lift the rugs up. I'm calling out the white elephant in the room. I'm lifting the rugs up from everybody. I already told my family I lift up the rug. Everybody likes to sweep all this stuff under the rug. I already lifted it up. There ain't no rugs in this room anymore. Ain't no rugs in the house. Let's talk about that. And Jesus
Let's
did
talk
flip
about it.
tables. Jesus flipped the tables of the tax collectors because he had enough of their bullshit. Talk about Matthew 21. It's in Matthew 21. You hypocrites, you liars, and you fools. We're flipping tables.
And we have a right.
Yes. I'll flip
Anybody gives us
with
a
my.
hard time, we'll just point to that passage right there.
Did you see this Apple Watch thing? It's just like my bracelets. It's an Apple Watch band.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's the lava beads and lava bracelets.
Cool.
So I couldn't believe it when I found it on
Oh,
Amazon.
that is pretty neat.
I was looking for one, so it looks like a
Hey,
bracelet,
Stock
but
Explorer. I just realized Stock Explorer made it in.
it's my Mars in Aries. I mean Mars in Leo. Mars is in Leo right now. I'm feeling really spicy. My Mars is in Leo in my natal chart.
That is pretty spicy.
I like it hot.
Feel the heat pushing you to the brink. Whatever. Yeah, that's another thing. We had all this real hot weather.
Well, I just
I
said
think something's going on, really,
you
more
got
than
it. Okay,
anything.
look, Jupiter. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Jupiter and Uranus are in Aries. So the biggest planet. Let me look at my charts real quick. Let me get my chart out. For Chiron retrograde, the MC is in Aries as well. Okay, the North Node, Rahu.
Rahu! I got a code in my node.
I know lots of people don't like the heat. They run out in the kitchen. They can't take the heat and they run out in the kitchen. They can't take the heat. Get your ass out of the kitchen. We on a mission. Come along and ride on that fantastic ride, slippity slide. All right, so what's going on in Leo right now? We've got, hold on a second. Chiron retrograde, Mercury moves into Leo. Holy shnikes. Mercury.
Crazy about a Mercury. Crazy about a Mercury. While I was listening, I repaired my bracelet. This is the Uberlite bracelet. I gotta find that doggone UV handheld light so that I can show you the Uberlite. Uber duper light.
Dang, look at that. How much is in Leo for this Venus retrograde?
Holy crap! What the hell? Whoa! Wait.
That's actually Chiron's date. Hold on, let me look here.
Oh my God! For some people, that's going to be deliverance.
This is why I'm on fire. I got so much in Leo.
For other people, that's going to be a train wreck.
Yeah, it is.
Jupiter and Uranus are in Aries. That's right.
Yep. And the North Node.
Mercury, Venus, Lilith, Pallas, and Mars are all in Leo.
That's Aries.
Holy
Pallas
crap.
Athena, yes. Lilith is in Leo. Mercury, Venus, Lilith, Pallas, and Mars are all in Leo.
Oh, man.
Oh my
They're having a get together. They're having a meeting. They're
Who said
having a
the world
meeting. What are we going to do with these mofos down there? I don't know. We got to have a meeting.
And Jupiter's going retrograde in Aries in September, on September the 4th. So for 911, Jupiter is going retrograde in Aries.
Oh, boy. That's
Oh boy,
right.
with the Mercury. With the Mercury in Leo.
With the Mercury.
Let me go look at this chart real quick.
Oh, my God.
Stars. Oh, my stars in heaven.
Oh, my stars is right.
We were just talking in Deke's chat earlier about the sky is underwater and everything's backwards. Somebody said, why does NASA train in water? And then we started talking about Atlantis and how the sky is really below us and their NASA's not really going up, they're going underwater. And it was a really,
I'm not sure about that.
Deke Hymes, our brother.
I didn't see any because they talk about the dome, and I didn't see that when I went out to look. I'm not saying that's the end of it, but I mean, I didn't see that. That's not what I saw. But we'll do, you know what? We'll do a remote view on that. Why not? Let's do a remote view. We remote viewed inner Earth. Turns out, as far as we can tell, there is an entrance that goes all the way through the Earth. Because we saw it. We all saw it. All of us. It was weird. We all saw it. I mean, we don't always all see the same thing, but we all saw it. So there is really an opening that goes all the way. We flew over it. I flew, and guess what? Guess what I was in when I was flying over it? I was in a ship. I wasn't just flying. You know what? I find myself a lot of times when I'm remote viewing, here I find myself up in a spaceship. Sometimes I'm surrounded by blue people. They just kind of smile at me, go back to what they were doing.
They probably train underwater because water is where we can float.
Right. It's the gravity, the anti-gravity, and the lack of air.
I truly was having a hard time with this underwater sky because I am really into UFOs and lots of those things. So I was actually just watching what everybody was saying and listening closely to this underwater sky, but it was just not making sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. I know that things aren't the way they say.
Hello, Marilyn.
They're hiding a lot of stuff. Yes. We did fly through the center of the Earth, so that exists in some. Now, does it exist physically, etherically, or what? I don't know.
I think there's water and sky. Like there's as above, so below. There's
there is an ocean under the ocean.
Yes.
Okay. They already know that. There's an ocean under the ocean, and it looks like it is probably, and to me this would make sense too, it's probably a double torus. We're probably dealing with a double torus. With the magma and everything, it's like probably there's a barrier between the inner and the outer.
Mm-hmm.
And the magma circulates. The other thing that really kind of amazes people, they talk about oil being a finite resource, but there are vast oil mines and they just don't stop filling up.
Mm-mm.
So, yeah, why? Well, Earth is alive, but and this is weird. I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, if it's a double Taurus, you could have a whole world. It could have been maybe originally. Oh, we don't know. Originally, maybe Earth was meant because we're thinking of building this kind of stuff now. When we go out into space, we're thinking of building um, things that spin so that it gives it instead of gravity, then we have our centrifugal force sticking people to the sides. So if you were inside, it would be the spinning, but the gravity would be uneven, or that is, the effect would be uneven depending on where there you were located. But at the ends, the gravity would be released, but that'd be where you'd want to leave and enter from, because that would be the easiest way to, that actually would work, because that would be the easiest.
Whoa. Come back. Whoa. Where do you want to enter from? where, where, where do
Which
you...
end, right? Which end are you trying to? Which end? Which end are you looking at, huh? Yeah. But really, I mean, we're thinking of doing something making something very similar. What if these planets were really designed to be lived on the inside? What if that was what they were really designed like? Because you'd be more protected in there. You wouldn't be
Yes.
subject to, all the things that can happen out here on the surface. And we also know that the surface is made up mostly of dead giant stuff.
Yeah. I know they were talking about, like, really talking about we were eating our dead ancestors because they're putting them in the ground. And it really was making me, I didn't want my daughter in a coffin. I took a picture of her while she was in this coffin for transport before she was cremated. And I put some of her ocean, some of her ashes in waterways, and I wanted to release them into the ocean. But it's like, the stuff they were saying earlier was, I don't know. I had really funny feelings about a lot of things. Like, even if the Egyptians keep the bodies mummified above ground and don't bury it, where does the body go after mummification? Like, does it just disintegrate and it's gonna still fall into the earth, right? Later. I mean, what are we doing? Taking them away in a spaceship? You gonna put them all? What are you supposed to do with all the bodies? Like, I was trying to really think logically. If we're not supposed to put them in the ground, what are we supposed to do? Do we have like lightsabers that are just gonna disintegrate it or something? What are we
They
gonna do?
usually show people just sending them off into space. Wouldn't that suck, though? Just come by a dead body every now and then out there. There'd be a lot of them.
Like, I've still got most of my daughter's ashes on. Some of them I've released into waterways with prayers. Being called to put them in the waterways. I wanted to take them to the ocean and dump them all at once. I dumped a big ball mason jar of them over a spillway into the waterways. And it's all connected. The water goes back to everything. Anyway, if there is an earthquake in Fiji, a large earthquake, the water in Devil's Hole in Nevada moves. If there is a large earthquake in Fiji, there is a place in Nevada called Ash Meadows, and it's called Devil's Hole, and it's so deep that it moves when there. You can look it up on. I googled this in Wikipedia when I was in Nevada, and I said, "Dang, this is before I started studying earthquakes." It said that when there is an earthquake all the way, because these solar flares are so intense that they're causing earthquakes. The magma moving along the fault lines is causing fires to break out. This isn't all caused by CERN and man. The earth is doing lots of this. The earth is purging. The earth is cleansing.
And the earth is growing. She grows, you know.
The earth was shaking and we were quaking.
The earth was shaking and we were quaking.
Yeah.
On.
The earth, okay, so
my heart was breaking and you shook me all night long.
There's Venus is the earth, the empress, right? So Venus is going retrograde. And we just had, there was just a 7 point something off of Alaska. And I had deleted my volcano discovery app, and Spirit told me to re-download that sucker the other day on my backup phone. And I don't Dutch sense anymore, but I don't listen to all his videos. I gave up the need to have to know all this stuff. It's becoming an addiction.
It's they're talking about the star forts, of course.
Yes, I know.
Oh, Stock Explorer came in to hear about what Venus in retrograde causes, and we've been talking about that for 2 hours, 3 hours, almost 4 hours. We talked about that the first 2 hours.
It says, as with Mercury and Mars, sometimes old lovers surface for healing and closure. Venus retrograde will make us face seemingly insurmountable challenges in relationship. Venus rules our senses, so things might get all jacked up with a lot of things. Don't always take everything at face value anymore, because honestly, Venus going retrograde is as big a deal as Mars affecting us. What I mean is Mercury, because Venus is the next planet.
Hang on, Marilena.
It says those who are already in committed relationships may find themselves in a romantic standoff as affections cool and problems rise, or as so often the case, resurface, because it's retrograde. So you might have issues with your exes and other relationships when it's, because Venus is about relationships. I think Venus rules the 2nd and the 7th house. I meant to go look that up earlier. I'm trying to get these links, but the freaking computer keeps locking up on me. I probably need to close this. Shut it down.
Man, we've been on for nearly 4 hours, sister.
I know. If you're tired, we can go.
Nah, I'm okay right now. I'm still okay. We got a little bit I can go yet, but just letting you know, we've been on for nearly 4 hours.
I know I've already yawned a couple times myself, because I am not up this late usually. Unless I'm at the Ocean's show.
She says, unless I'm at the Ocean show, because she starts so late. Seems like no matter what I do, I always end up starting at 10 anyway. No matter I want, and I said to you, gee, let's start at 8. No. I have to start at 10:10 for whatever reason.
Damn it.
Yeah, probably.
I'm on the wrong phone. Son of a gun. All right, here, Stock. I'll give you a couple of these links. Venus can cause all kinds of problems with relationships. Dang, son of a gun.
Yeah, Venus is relationship, son. And so we're going to be seeing a lot to do with relationships going on. And we're
Yeah.
also going to be seeing with Chiron going the next day, going to join her.
Yes.
We're also going to be seeing a lot of healing.
The pre-shadow's already going on. I mean, Chiron's been going pre-shadow for over a month now. So what people are feeling and experiencing, this has already been in the works. You're just going to really feel it come after the 22nd. Just hold on to your hats, my friends. Just hold on. Because a lot of things are going to end to facilitate healing. It needs to happen.
Yeah.
Talking
You heal
politics,
something else is going to go.
Yeah, it is. And it needs to. So just buckle up. I've been telling everybody this for a while. If they ain't ready, stop digging your heels in the earth because change is coming. I said, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Change is coming.
Yeah, we are our own dead ancestors, my friends.
Don't worry about it.
We are them. We are our ancestors, okay? We are those people that came before us. Why? Because we keep taking another body when we come in here. This body is made from the same stuff. We're our dead ancestors. We are them.
Yes,
Yep.
we are.
Yep.
You know, people eat the blood of animals. People eat animals. So for people to act all freaked out about they don't do that, you've been doing blood sacrifices with your animals for how long? People need to stop freaking out about a lot of things like that. Like they were saying, ooh, we're eating our ancestors earlier because the bodies are in the ground, and then we're drinking the water and things like that. Like, if you really think about things, people have been sacrificing the animals and doing all this. So people are throwing a big fit about a whole lot of things when they're really not thinking things through.
Now, they were talking about star forts. Now, that's interesting because I'm thinking the star forts, I'm wondering if the star forts were actually built the way that we think, or were they built? They really look like they were built with kymatics, to tell you the truth. Like something oscillated maybe the mud, maybe or maybe we did that on purpose. Did we do that on purpose, or did we? Now we built on them, but that could have been later. We could have built on top of them later.
Yeah.
But could it be that they were entirely caused by cymatics, and that all of the land masses could have been caused by cymatics?
Yeah.
Vibration.
Yes.
So, and here's another thing that was brought up about what we know about history, is if you look at the stuff that they dug up in Egypt, and you'll look at the statues and stuff and how perfect they are. But then you look at the language, the stuff that's written all over them, the stuff that's etched all over them, not the same quality. Still pretty high quality, not the same quality as the statues and buildings themselves. Could it be that once again, we have these very ancient statues, and somebody comes along, another civilization, decides, and they're inheritors. I mean, think of how many times we've inherited this earth. How many times have we inherited? How many times has this earth been down this trail? Has there been resets? It looks like there's been more. As a matter of fact, some people say there's been more than just several. We say 6, 5th or 6th, but there might might have been a lot more than that. We can't even tell. That might just be yeah. All I'm saying is it looks like every now and then we go through something and then we find all this stuff that the civilization before us built, and we put our stamp on it and call it ours and try to say in some cases that we built it. But the truth is, even the Indians will tell you they didn't build the mounds. They didn't build them. Call them Indian mounds. They didn't build them. Who's buried in the Indian mounds? Giants. Giants are buried. They're something to do with giants, not something to do with the current Indians. It's like I said, in Egypt, were those people writing in Egypt, writing the hieroglyphs, were they really the people who made it, or were they just inheritors and found it and put their stamp on it?
And yeah, that's even the giants. I've even seen stuff about giants in Nevada. I was living in Nevada, literally in Crystal, Nevada, which is right next to Mercury, Nevada, which is Area 51. Mercury, Nevada is Area 51 exit. I was literally in my backyard. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, Jesus pulled me here to witness this stuff. Jesus had me run all over the freaking United States, clearing portals, dropping off my ex in Nevada, running back to my daughter, hitchhiking, and unbelievable.
That seems to happen to all of us. That's another thing.
And
And so we
wonder what the
all end up running all over the place, but playing with portals, right? Dances with portals, right? Me too. Oh my goodness. But I'm told that's what our family does.
You got it. That's why I just said
What we do.
the West Coast better watch out. There was just a 7.2 earthquake over in Alaska. Just hold on, it's gonna be popping. We're cooking with peanut oil now.
Oh my goodness.
And there was giants in Nevada. Those are in the books of Enoch. In the time of giants, that's in the Bible when it talks about Noah and the flood came. Because the Anunnaki came down and was mating with the women. And that's where the RH negative was coming in. That I've even seen, because I'm actually an RH negative. And so I've taken a special interest in this Anunnaki bloodline of Christ. I've said, wait a minute, what are they saying? I've heard so many people talking about reptilians and how the queen is a reptilian and she is this. She's got the same blood type as my mom, Queen Elizabeth. Same blood type as my grandma from England, O negative. Same blood type as my sister. So you want to call us the reptilians? Why don't they learn a little bit about the reptilian part of the brain? Know-it-all monkeys. They want to talk about these. It's the RH negative and the rhesus factor. What are people talking about? They're reptilians. Some people really need some sense knocked into their head, smacked upside their head.
I have a funny feeling I'm probably RH negative, although they won't tell me. I have a funny feeling I probably
get up and act like they know it all. You probably are.
Yeah, I probably am. Yeah.
You probably are.
Because my dad supposedly had some kind of a blood type that I think he was I think it might have been AB negative, something like that. He could give blood to most people.
Everybody's got a reptilian brain. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Everybody's got reptilian brain. That's true.
Everybody does. My daughter actually, I just saw it the other day. I love it when I find her little clues again because I move something or put something on it. And it's the brain in there. The reptilian brain is the oldest of the three. It controls the body's vital functions such as the heart rate, breathing, body temperature, and balance. Our reptilian brain includes the main structures found in the reptile's brain, the brainstem and the cerebellum. The reptilian brain is reliable, but tends to be somewhat rigid and compulsive. So everyone has a reptilian brain. So we're all reptilians there.
Yeah, we've all got, well, they said that our genome really comes from several different races, not just one. Several different races contributed to our genome. So, lots of races. In fact, some say like 7, some say 15, some say 144. There are different people who have different ideas of how many races contributed to us. But one thing's for sure is we're a mixed bag. We certainly are. There's no doubt about that. And it's the reptilian brain that gets engaged when you got the fight or flight going on all the time.
Yep. And yep. That's a lot of people are in that zone because they're on social media all the time. They are living in adrenaline mode and juiced up on dopamine, adrenaline, and cortisol. Period. They are going. And then they wonder why they're not sleeping. And they wonder why they've got anxiety. And who's the real enemy? Yourself. You won't walk away.
Oh, that doesn't
You keep
happen.
telling me your anxiety is off the charts. Put your fucking phone down. Turn it off. Go get grounded with the earth. Stop trying to be everywhere at once.
Well, this is an interesting thing. Marilena comes from South Africa, and they turn off the power grid there on a regular basis.
They should do that here in America. They should turn the power off, the Wi-Fi off during sleeping hours so people will go to sleep. To put your kids in timeout? That's what they say. Change the Wi-Fi password. They say change the Wi-Fi password if your kids won't do their chores. How about if the adults aren't doing what they need to do? They need their Wi-Fi password changed. They need it cut off. Drop a tree on their power line and see if they get to doing the things.
Well, actually, that may be what the 3 days of darkness actually is.
I had 3 days darkness. I just got a little taste of that. We were 3 days, 3.5 days with no power. And my dad said that the power will come back on at 7:43. That is 7/7.
Here's an interesting thing. And I think this is probably the truth because Marilena was asking about this days of darkness stuff. I believe that much like the rapture and everything else, it's going to be an individual thing. We're all going to go through our 3 days of darkness or whatever. We're going to go through it each individually in a different way, in our own way. Maybe collectively, some of us will go together, but I believe that will happen a lot of different ways. I don't believe it will happen just one way. I believe, who knows? Maybe Lady SpellBreaker just had hers. Maybe Heather Dawn just had her 3 days. Who knows? But what does it really mean? I mean, going dark, it could mean a lot of things. But darkness for 3 days, no. But yeah, I think it's going to be individual, just as individual as everything else.
And here's the thing. This social media addiction and mind control is really real. People don't realize it. They don't want to realize it. They don't want to wake up to it. You can start weaning yourself by choice. Or you can go through withdrawals like my dad did. And guess who sat on the couch pouting because he couldn't access his iPad and play his fake farm game and tend to his fake town that he's the mayor of? my father, he pouted. I was upset because I couldn't get on the internet to do my online classes when the power was out. But I was trying like hell to get through it, but now I realize it was an intervention. So I didn't rack up $40,000 in student loans and college debts. It was protecting me.
It's a program.
Yes. And I am actually studying how to grow mushrooms and do all the things they want to pay me to do. I can do for free. Buying books, like I owe right now
I have tried to explain this to people, but you know
$2,000
what?
for
I don't argue with them, but really,
Yeah.
I believe that you shouldn't need a diploma if you don't need a diploma for it, if you can find some way to do it without having a diploma, don't bother.
Just I realized at this herbal college after I was taking some of the intro stuff while I was trying to force it to happen and watch videos through my phone service provider with a very little battery. I can never ever claim to heal anything. I have to state that I am not a medical doctor, which I do on my channel anyway. You cannot treat, claim to cure, or heal anything as an
Oh, tell me about it. Paul is a
herbalist.
homeopath.
There are very strict guidelines for it. And when I realized the kits they sent me for the essential oils, some of them are over $170 when I was looking at their shop. I have to send back the kits they sent me, and they're charging me $2,000, and I was in classes for 2 days. They still want me to pay $2,000 for 2 days. I wasn't even in class for 2 days. My power was out. But because I withdrew the first week of school, $2,000, and they want me to keep pay. I told them I'm on disability. Can I give you guys $50 a month to pay off this $2,000?
Sorry, but you're gonna have to wait. You're not gonna get it all. Yeah.
I was going to take out a student loan to come to your college, but here, let me whip $2,000 out of my back pocket. I'm on disability.
No, they can't do shit to you if you're getting a government check. They can't take it.
I know. No, I know that.
They can't do shit to you.
I know.
Let them eat it.
Yep. So it's like, it's just like, you know what? I've got those kids over there with all their herbs, and I'm learning about a lot of things. One girl's got a whole book about she actually teaches on She Is of the Woods. After I had registered for the classes, she gives all the information on healing herbs for free. And you actually can not be a certified herbalist and use your certification as a license to actually cure anything, because you can't claim to do that. You cannot claim to do those things. Cure or heal. You are not a doctor. Even though doctors aren't required to say, I'm just practicing on you. This is my practice. And I'm going to use you, human beings.
Well, get back to me when you get it figured out. If this is just practice, you practice on somebody else.
We're just practicing.
Yeah.
Try this medication.
You get back to me when you finally got it figured out then, okay?
Yes. Well, I was on 13 medications.
When you get good at it,
that didn't
then
even
you come to
stick.
me.
Psychotropic drugs from drug dealers and drug suppliers and drug companies, because they all get paid for that. They called me bipolar for a decade and had me on so many medications. And it was actually this last new moon, July 17th, is my PTSD diagnosis date.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to finally figure that out
2013.
with me
Oh,
too.
it was 10 years. 10 years. They diagnosed me with PTSD. After 10 years of telling me I had bipolar disorder. All that time.
25 years of my life and still trying to get up that great big
You got
hill
it.
of hope for a destination. Yeah, I know.
Yep,
Oh man, we've been on 4 hours, Star.
we have.
We have been hitting it for 4 hours.
404. 4-4. That's how it'll be on the April 24th of 2024. 42424. I will be 44. 44. We're almost at 40444. And it's going to be after that total solar eclipse that's going to make an X across America, literally in my location. We just actually, I'm doing the Life with Ghosts movie with the film director, that special that people have to register for and put their email in. And they have to do it through this link if they want to participate in this. I'm actually doing that from August 18th to August 21st. August 21st marks 6 years from the last total solar eclipse across America. If anybody watched it, if anybody saw it, if anybody was tuned in then. For August 21st, 2017 is when that one was going on.
You know what? I have not a distiller myself. I do have a pitcher that makes really nice, beautiful alkaline pure water. I have an alkaline purifier. And I do also have a hydrogen machine, hydrogen hydrogen water maker. They're not that expensive anymore. You can get these things pretty reasonable these days by comparison. And I would recommend that anybody try them out because alkaline is good. Cancer doesn't like alkaline.
No, it does not. Everything starts in our gut, our mental health and our health. Everything starts in the stomach. And I was actually talking to you about the vagus nerve and digestive issues, right? I got a lot of people with sensitive tummies. The vagus nerve ends in our stomach. Thank you, Mary, for telling me about that. It is the longest cranial nerve. It goes to our kidneys. It goes to our liver. It goes
That
to our...
vagus nerve.
Yes. And I'm not talking about what stays in Vegas. I'm not talking about Las Vegas. I'm talking about the vagus nerve.
But
And
what happens in your vagus nerve might stay in your vagus
yeah,
nerve, though.
it will. And I will tell you, I fainted twice in 2020 and I hit my head. I've got many head injuries, traumatic brain injuries. I twisted my knee. I lost complete control of my bowels in a pair of tights. And let me tell you, that's not fun to clean up.
Oh, that would not
Especially
be
after
good.
you faint because you're dizzy, you're covered in sweat, and you just want to get it in the bathtub. And what happens with me is I keep losing consciousness. So as I'm trying to crawl to the tub, I keep falling. I almost want to cry right now because you're so helpless when it's happening. When you're fainting and losing consciousness,
Mhm.
you're blacking out. My spirit actually, fainting is, somebody even told me, means I astral travel really easily. And so my spirit just leaves my body on the floor. Um,
I have to think back and see. I don't know. Does it mean anything? You know what? You need to ask Alex when he comes on. That's numbers stuff.
yeah, it is. And actually, it happened. I went to the doctor for the first time in 2020 on 313. I've fainted many times in my life, but in 2020, I fainted twice and really hurt myself really badly
Sounds
in my
awful.
head. And what I just learned, my veteran friend has Parkinson's, and it's a central nervous system disorder. And people with PTSD have twice as high of a chance as developing Parkinson's
You know what?
things later.
You're going to make me do it, aren't you? Okay, everybody, we're going to do our breathing together in
Let's do it.
practice, just so you know how to do this. We're going to do our parasympathetic breathing, okay? It's 4 in and 6 out, okay? I'll count for you. Please, this is how you do it. This is how you engage your parasympathetic. This is how you breathe. We're going to breathe in, breathe fully in, and breathe out. We've got to breathe out a little bit longer than you breathe in. So I'm going to count for you. Breathe in for 4, out for 6. Here we go. We're going to do it 10 times. Okay, start. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You should feel a lot better now. Okay? You should be very calm. Okay? This
I
should
actually
this
teach
will
that
calm you down.
too, so thank you.
You're so welcome. They
Sometimes
just
all we
here,
have
we're
to
sitting
do
here
is,
talking about it. Well, let's just freaking do it.
yeah,
Yeah. It doesn't like oxygen. Yeah. It doesn't like oxygen. Yeah. And yeah, whiplash will give you problems with your vagus nerve. Yep.
yes. I've had whiplash in a car. It slammed into a telephone pole, and yep, there's all of my brain injuries as I've started studying a lot of this, concussions, blows to the head, being
Whoa.
being jumped at a bar. It's like this is actually from the VA. And so honestly, we have got to take care of ourselves, especially if we have chronic complex trauma, traumatic brain injuries. It just said in this is about Parkinson's. I actually know people who are having the same heart problems, heart palpitations, ending up in the hospital, migraine headaches. Okay, these are trauma and stress problems, digestive problems. Step away from everything and take care of yourself. Step back in the ocean. Get back here.
Whoa.
I just said step away from everything and you left.
And it did. It's like, okay,
I said, the
that was
ocean,
kind of funny.
get back here. I said,
Not
okay,
only that,
step
but
back
there's
in.
this guest that wants to come in the show. It looks like Lady SpellBreaker wants to come in here. I got a little one by my guests here. Lady SpellBreaker, are you beside yourself over there? What the heck is
I
going
was beside myself.
on? What the heck is going on here? You got a clone trying to get in here? Impersonate you? Oh my goodness.
It's making my brain hurt.
No,
Actually, just studied
makes my brain hurt.
because there are post-traumatic headaches. Did you know that?
Mhm.
I've been getting these freaking, when tension starts in my shoulders, it pinches my nerves, and the occipital nerves that go up the back of our brain start going on fire. Feels like they're on fire.
This little cowboy, his hairs are getting up my nose now. It's really beginning to get bad. Cowboy, you really get up my nose sometimes. You know that? It's okay, though. I love him still. I still love him. Yeah, honestly, I've had stuff happen too. I mean, I had an accident. I had a bad accident where I had Frankenstein head for a while. And I know I've had other stuff happen. You it's oh God, yeah. You know what? I gotta tell you, much as I'm enjoying this, I'm beginning to fade out. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to wrap it up.
me too. Wrap it up.
Oh, you know what? I'll take it. You know
You,
what? We'll do this again though pretty
we
soon.
will.
Okay, love. You
Thank
have
you.
an absolutely wonderful night. And you know what, you guys, do those breathing exercises to calm yourself down. You really need to stay calm during all this. If you got to alter your, if you got to alter yourself in any way you got to get through these times, you do that. Okay, you
Uh,
get yourself, you know, get yourself, find yourself some nice files to play on, some nice videos to play that have the healing sounds and the right frequencies, and get yourself a Z app and take care of yourselves because we're about to head into some really turbulent water. It looks like, but we're going to be fine, just like Mary Magdalene and Jesus and Yeshua when they got out of Dodge. We're going to be out of this. We're going to be out of this one day. Okay, we just got
yeah.
to get through the turbulent part, but we're going to be okay. Remember, you are divine and uh, love one another. Okay. And let people know that you care. Try to be kind to each other. But if people won't accept that, then pop them in the nose.
I'm working on kindness. Sometimes
Okay.
I'm too fiery to do it.
Pop them, give them a good pop in the jaw. They won't leave you alone. No. Okay.
I'm about to knock
And
you
then
out. I'm working on it.
okay, we're kidding around again now. We're just being completely
Thank
kind
you
of.
for having me. And there's a couple breathing meditations in the chat. And the other ship also has an app. There's an app for that. So they only give you some of their meditations on there. But I've been known to just lay here and do 55 minutes of breath work because I do have time.
Yep. You know what? You know what? That makes sense because I do that. I have done that when I was driving. I did it all the time. I did breath work all the time. Only I did I would do the one for energy where you hold to a count of 23. But
Yeah.
anyway, you guys, I gotta go. I
All
can
right.
tell. I'm
Sweet
about to
dreams,
fade. The cat is talking to me. He's saying, Mom, we need to go to bed.
Love
You need
y'all.
some rest too, bitch.
I do. I do. I do.
I bet you I'm the only one that can call you that practically, right?
My
You can
gay
call
friend,
me that too if
my
you
gay
need to.
friend calls me that all the time, and
Biatch, okay.
he's the bitch. He says,
He's
"Listen here,
the bitch.
bitch,"
Oh,
and
wait
so
a
I
minute,
said,
I'm the
"All
bitch.
right."
Wait a minute here, I'm the head
You're
bitch.
one of the few that can get away with that.
I'm one of the few that can get away with it. Me too. Okay.
My ex used to call me, and he would get called it back, and he didn't like it. He would get popped in another.
I know, I call men bitches. Sometimes I
No,
get very upset.
he did it in a derogatory way. This was from endearment. All right,
Oh,
you
God.
get some rest, and thank you so much for having me. I totally
Okay,
enjoyed
yeah,
it.
it was totally lots of fun.
It
It's
was.
always fun when you come on, sweetheart.
Thank you.
So you're always welcome, and
Thank
we'll book another one really soon.
All right,
Okay,
cool.
you guys.
Good.
Oh, we'll always have something to talk about. And the rest of you were very entertaining as well. I have one of the most entertaining chat rooms. I love y'all. Okay, I'm pulling it down now. Time
All
to go
right.
to bed. Cowboy wants to cuddle. You know how men are. Yeah. Yep. Yes, Mary wins. Ah, yes. Gotta go. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for coming. And thank you for staying. And thank you for all of the wisdom you brought with you, too. Yeah, we already won. It's true. We did. Okay. Night, and I'll see you again Sunday.